So let's actually go in here, and I'm going to just use the 2D pen and zoom to come in a little closer. That way we can see a little bit more detail. And let's start going through this. Now, let's focus on the hands first. We're not going to worry too much about the face. And as we go through the hand motions, there's going to be a few different things that I want to focus on. One is I'm going to try and push the arcs and flow of the arms. I want to make sure I've got good clean arcs, good clean contrast in their motions. I'm going to push the hand poses. Now the hand poses are going to be very important because that's what's going to make it super appealing and interesting. But it's also going to help tell a little bit of a story and give moments that will feel a little bit more interesting. So what I mean by this is I don't want what I have now where it's just paddle hands going through. But I also don't want to just have random hand poses or just like, okay, put the hand there and now it's okay, it's posed, but it's still just doing nothing. I want to tell a little bit of a story with the hands. And by a story, it just means as they move, they can drag a little bit. There can be a little bit of flow. Since this is a dance, I definitely want to kind of push the hand motions to be a little bit more graceful than kind of just blocky and stiff. Like I don't want her to just have her hands in a fist the whole time. And the way I tend to do this is I don't just start from the beginning and then work my way through. Sometimes I'll do that, but what that can lead to is wiggly hands, where the hands just kind of feel like they're constantly moving all the time, which is not a terrible thing. But hands are actually pretty stiff, especially fingers. Fingers are pretty stiff when we're not paying attention to them. So if I'm gesturing, you can see I can do all of these motions and my fingers aren't like overlapping like crazy. They're just staying still. So as this character is dancing and they're moving their hands, you're going to have this flow of the hands, but it's going to hit a pose at the end and then move through and hit another distinct pose. So I want to really try and sell that. These really unique poses that the audience will be able to capture and kind of lock onto in certain moments. So we're going to be kind of approaching it in that sense. So with that, let's actually just get started here. So I'm going to do one arm at a time, most likely, just to keep things simple. So let's start with this arm. And here we have a moment where we have a lot of different controls. And at this point, I don't really care about a lot of these controls. I only really want to see the arm controls here. So how can we do that? How can we just focus on just those, nothing else? Well, there's a few different ways you can do it. One way that I will use sometimes is the isolate select feature in Maya. So isolate select is basically a way to isolate only what you have selected. So for example, if I select these controls here and hit view selected, you can see, only those controls. So to use this correctly in this case, what I'll want to do is just select all the geometry. Let's select the ground plane, I guess, as well. And then select only the arm controls that I want. So we'll probably take the clavicle in as well here. I don't need that elbow control. Let's see, I should actually turn on the finger controls as well. And maybe the bendy controls too. Yeah, let's get all of this. So select the body, and then we'll select the arm controls. Now let's actually show something here. So let's say I select all of the arm controls that I want. I'm going to go isolate select. Haha, there we go. Now we see the character and just those arm controls that we need. Great. But I'm missing the hand controls. Oops, I forgot to select those. Well, what I can do is just go into another view. So for example, here, and I'm going to select the controls I need. Let's actually get that hand out there somewhere. And now I can just click and drag, select those controls, make sure I don't select the geometry. So select the controls I need. There we go. And then go back to this viewport, go to show, isolate selected, add selected objects. There we go. Now I've added those in. Now what is this control here? This is the offset for the wrist. I don't need to see this. It's not going to be useful. So don't need to see it. Show, isolate, select, remove selected. So I can start to kind of create this nice clean view that only has the controls I need. So what am I missing here? Well, I'm missing the clavicle control and the bendy controls. So let's get all of those in there. And then add selected. There we go. Voila. Now, what happens if we are animating and suddenly, oh wait, I need to see everything else? I'm going to lose this selection. I'm going to have to redo all of this, which is kind of a pain. So in the isolate select menu, what I can do is create a bookmark. I'm going to bookmark the current selection as this is her left arm. And I'll just put ISO for isolation, not IDO. ISO. There you go. Now, if ever I need to re-select just those, boop, right there. Now we can turn off the controls on this view. And voila. Now I can easily just select these. I'm just going to set some keys here, because I had the bendy controls turned off, so I want to make sure those are actually keyed. I don't necessarily have to do it, but just for the sake of argument. There we go. At this point, let's just start animating. So at the beginning here, I know that my body is pretty much settled. There might be some areas that I tweak, so I don't have to worry about them too much. But my main goal is going to be trying to push the silhouette, trying to push the motion, and just trying to push the appeal. So right here, we've got the hand swinging through. Let's kind of figure out how we want to push this here. Well, one thing I kind of want is, right now her hand just kind of she's just doing this. I want to add a little bit of a flourish before she pulls her hand through. So let's see if we can do that a little bit between these two moments here. So how do I want to do this? Let's try to add a little bit more contrast. So I'm going to maybe bring this elbow in just a tad here. Do I want to bring it up higher? Maybe. By bringing it up higher, I'll make a bigger contrast to this next moment there. And the hand is going to be going screen right. But one thing I can try is, as the elbow goes screen right here, see how the elbow's moving screen right? If I straighten out the elbow here, now the wrist is going screen left. So I'm creating this contrasting motion before it then swoops through. So instead of the whole arm just doing this, I'm getting a motion like that. It's more interesting where the elbow is going one direction while the hand is going a different direction. It should hopefully, even though it's very minor here, hopefully give it a little bit of visual interest. Now the wrist, let's just get a nice clean angle here. I think I want to get a little bit more, see, something like that. I can probably push the elbow here a little bit as well. Keep that hand out from the face a little bit more. Okay. And then on this pose, I just want to make sure I'm getting the correct motion, because if I remember correctly, she's supposed to start. Now this is something you're going to see me do a lot, is I'm going to bring up my hands a lot and trying out the motions. When I'm doing hand motions, when I'm doing arm motions, I try them out as much as I can. So she's starting out here with her arm across and there. And then as she pulls, she's not just going to do this. As you do that, as your elbow goes, your hand wants to twist a lot of the time. So if she's twisting, her palm comes out. She's facing outwards. Thumb goes down. So as she's coming through here, let's rotate that and drag it back a little bit. So all of a sudden here, instead of this just kind of generic motion, we're starting to build in this little bit more of a flow to that motion. Let's drag that hand back. So something like that. Now, as we go through this, let's actually create a very basic hand pose. This way we're not just stuck with the paddle hand the whole time. So in terms of hand posing, there's a few things we can look out for. And I'm going to put this in shaded view so we can see the fingers just a little bit better. I've done a lot of demos on hand poses before, so I think they should still be saved if you want to go in like full depth demo on how to think about hand poses and all that. And oh, that's a good question. Do I work completely with a graphic pen or are you using a mouse in between? I use like my pen when I'm animating like 99% of the time. The only time I will use a mouse when I'm animating is I've got multiple monitors. So if I have something on one of my other monitors, instead of having to switch my pen to be on one of the other monitors, I'll just use my mouse. That way it's easier to work a little bit more quickly without having to hit hotkeys all the time. Aside from that, I'm using the pen all the time. And if I'm using my Cintiq, which I have back there, I just don't use it for animating or streaming. I use it mostly for sculpting and drawing. If I use that, then I don't really use a mouse. I'm just using the tablet. So I would say predominantly, yes, I only use the pen. I feel it's more comfortable. It feels more intuitive. Now I will say that's when I'm animating. When I am doing other things, so for example, when I am doing certain modeling things, my hand has a little bit of a shake at times. And if I need to select like specific vertices, that little shake can be a little annoying, especially when you're trying to select or deselect certain things. So if ever I run into a situation like that, I'll tend to use the mouse for that. It's a little bit more stable with my hand, but I still prefer the tablet if I can. And my pen is isolated to just my main monitor. That way it's like one-to-one. If I go to the top left corner of my tablet, that's the top left corner of the screen. Bottom right corner of the screen. If I didn't do that, so let's actually show this here. So I'm going to take this here. This is just going to be a fun little thing. So we've got this screen here, and can I go full screen with this? I want like corner to corner. F11, Control F, tab. Okay, there we go. Aha. So we've got the canvas pretty much full size. If I go to the top right corner of my tablet, I'm drawing over here. Go to the bottom right, there, top right, bottom left. So you can see it fills the whole screen. My entire surface area is one-to-one to the tablet. If I don't do this and set my tablet to work across all my monitors, I don't think it even will. Let's see. Which monitor is on right now? Okay, let's see. So let's try this. Oh, actually, it's not going to work on this program. Let's see. Do I have paint? Okay. Let's do it in MS Paint. The reason for this is because my Clip Studio is set to be only working with it actually has priority over the tablet, which is pretty cool. So let's do how do I want to show this? So how's this going to show? So if I draw here, right now I'm right in the middle of the tablet. And if I draw here, basically the distance that I'm drawing from edge to edge on the actual tablet is that far apart compared to that far apart on the whole tablet. So it's about like 2 inches, which is like 6 centimeters, something like that, across the entire distance here. The entire, like to draw across the entire screen like I'm doing here is the size of, it's about that size on my tablet right now, which is a waste of space because I haven't set it to draw on just one monitor. Let's see. I wish I had a camera that I could just like point right at the tablet here, but I can actually do this. So we'll see 1-to-1. So if I try to draw, let's see. There's the edge of the screen right there. See I'm drawing? Go across. There's the edge right there. So my whole range of motion is just this. See how much wasted space there is on my tablet? Even if I go to the top edge of the screen, there's still a gap. And if I go to the bottom edge, there's quite a bit of a gap down here as well. It's not using my space efficiently. If I switch this, so now it's, there we go. Now it's marked to the whole thing. If I go in the top left, like right top, that edge there, all the way to the bottom, I'm using that whole range of motion to draw, which is really good. So if you do have a tablet and you have multiple monitors, I highly recommend when you're doing like precision work or especially drawing or animation, try to set it to just use one monitor. It's going to give you more precision, just better control overall. Okay. And which tablet is this? This is an old Intuos 3 tablet. I've had this tablet longer than I've been animating. It's older than my animation career. But it's still working. It's still working great. I actually just recently changed the nib on it for the 3rd time since I've ever, which is really crazy. These nibs just don't wear down. But yeah, it's really good. I like Wacom products. Now there are other tablets. I've just mostly used Wacom. That's the brand that I've always gotten. Okay, let's get this hand pose just be a little bit more appealing. So I want this a little bit more of a dancerly pose, which for dancing, it's usually having the index finger a little straighter like that. And then sometimes you can push the pinky up a little bit as well. But that creates, so a little bit of this hand pose. It creates that more graceful feeling compared to a flat hand. This is a hand pose you'll see very commonly in ballet. So just like that. And you can see how it pushes that swoop of the hand. It makes it just feel a little bit more graceful. Now, as I'm doing this, the other thing I'm trying to do is I'm going to try and push the spacing of the fingers a little bit more. So I want the hand to not just feel like all the fingers are stuck together, but have a little bit of a gap in them so that it just feels more visually interesting. Let's curl the fingertips up a little bit, just to create a little swoop there. And let's maybe not push that pinky through quite so much. So we have a little bit of a spacing difference between the index finger and then the pinky. And then the other fingers, let's see if we can just give them a little bit of a bend. Just a little bit. So there we go. Suddenly that hand pose is just a little bit more graceful. And for the thumb, we'll do similar. Just bring that in a little bit more. Something like that. There we go. There we go. So it's not a huge difference, but that hand pose compared to this one is just going to be a little bit more appealing. So actually, let's just show it off here. So you can see, bleh, boring. Interesting, dynamic. It looks interesting to look at. So that's really all I need at this point. And Noelia, hello! How's it going? Hope you're doing well. Okay, so she comes through here. We want that a little bit of a swoop in there. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to push the hand kind of over. This is going to be a very important thing. See how that wrist is bending at the fingers? At the thumb side, I should say. That would actually break her wrist. We can't really bend our hand this way. It just can't. The most we can do is just a little bit of an adjustment there. So I'm going to have to push the arc of the hand here a little bit more so that we get this anatomically correct. Now, this is one of the big things with animation is, do you always have to be anatomically correct? No, you don't. You could exaggerate this and break the wrist, break the flow of motion quite a bit. But for me, at least, if I don't have a reason to do that, why break the anatomy just because I'm lazy and don't want to pose things out? So I'm just going to go through here and get that wrist a little bit more properly connected. It's just going to feel a little bit better. Now, for the hand pose, I'm going to do a quick selection here of just the fingers, like so. And let's create a quick select set. So create sets, quick select set. This is going to be, let's call it hand left. And oops, create sets, quick select set. I wanted to add that to the shelf. So hand left, add to shelf. So now I can quickly just select this. And the reason I want to do that is now I can just take this pose, copy it to 5, and haha, we've got the nice hand pose right through. Now I can adjust it if I wanted to. So for example, maybe add a little bit of a drag to the fingers right there. Just a little. But overall, we're just going to keep it there for now. We're going to refine the fingers more as we go. Okay. So we've got that beginning there. Good. Now she swings her hand through. Let's, instead of going one frame at a time, just straight ahead, I'm going to go forward, and I really want this pose to have a very distinct arm flow and shape to the whole thing. Right now her hand is perfectly vertical, which just doesn't look that interesting. Once again, the thumb is broken. See how it's bending there? I was rotating this just kind of, get in place, and I broke the wrist. So now's the time to fix it. So let's actually go through here, and I should probably push the clavicle on this pose as well. And I'm going to just quickly select this, and I'm going to turn off the hair. It's going to look a little weird, but I want to see that shoulder without the hair constantly cutting through. Okay, let's get the angle of the arm through that we want. So I want this arm to kind of have this flow that comes down from the shoulder down a little bit more and away from the body. I want it to kind of flow out. And then the wrist, let's reset that, is going to point back. So it's basically going to, I don't want it full 90 degrees. So you can bend your wrist 90 degrees back here. I don't want it to go that far. I just want it to be like around there. So it creates a little bit of a flow, but it's still kind of pointing back towards the body a little bit. Let's take this, point it back. I want this to flow back in. This way, graphically, as she's dancing, it doesn't feel like she's pointing away. It's not like she's doing, oh, look at that over there. As soon as you do this, your eyes want to travel this way. If she moves her arm and does this and flips it back, your eyes will follow from the hand right back to the face. So she's not going to be doing aha, it's going to be back, and it creates an extra little flick of the wrist and also creates a better composition with the hand. And Noelia, going good? Nice. That's good to hear. I know you were working on tests earlier. I hope they all went well. See, let's get that clavicle down. I want it to, again, flow through there, kind of relax her a little bit. Let's actually go to the beginning here, double check our clavicle, see if we can push it a little bit more. Yeah. So see here how much we can exaggerate that clavicle. I want that to really like push through so that we really feel that pull of the arm as it's coming through into this segment here. Then we get into this one. I haven't done this pose yet, so we're gonna get to that when we get to it. So there. Now we're in here. So on this pose, let's move the hand. I don't want to get the hand there. This would be, there's a lot of terms for this. I typically call this knifing the hand. So it's, think of if you have a very thin object like a knife. If you put it so that the blade is looking right towards the audience, they're not going to see what it is. I'm trying to see if I have anything here that's similar. Well, I've got a notepad. So if I had this notepad and I held it up like this, can you guys see what this is? If I did that, not really. It just kind of disappears. And if it was even thinner, like a knife is pretty thin. It would just disappear. It would be gone. Instead, if you just put a little bit of a 3/4, just that, not much, you can see much more clearly what this is. So I very much try to avoid knifing an edge where you're rotating a hand or any thin flat object right towards the audience. Instead, a little bit of a 3/4 so we can see that palm is just going to be, it's going to be more interesting to look at. Okay. So we've got that. I think I could maybe, so if I put my hand this way, one thing I'm noticing is that as I do this, it's very hard to twist my arm all the way, like if I go this way, to twist it all the way back so that the arm is straight. Instead, as I do this, my elbow points further back than my hand. It's at this angle here. So let's see if we can kind of incorporate that a little bit more. Bring her shoulder back, but the arm forward. This is going to create a more natural pose to the body. Something like this. And then the hand, instead of just staying straight in line, is going to bend more towards the pinky side. So something like that. That gives us a more natural arm pose. It'll also allow us to push the clavicle back a little bit, which gives us more range of motion in that clavicle, in that shoulder. Okay. So we'll do something like that. Now, let's actually do a couple of other things. So we'll push the hand pose. To start pushing the hand pose, I can just copy the first pose over. It gives us a starting point at least. And then let's just tweak it a little bit. So as you do this and you turn your hand over, notice what the thumb is doing. If I keep my thumb here, it's really relaxed. But if I twist my hand, your thumb wants to start to stick out a little bit. It's harder to keep it tucked in when you twist your hand back like that. Your thumb wants to start sticking out. So let's build that in there. As she's twisting her hand here, let's just reset this. Let's just try to stick this out in silhouette a little bit. Now I'm just trying to not get some weird distortion here. I think I might have to translate it a little bit just to get that exactly where I want it to be. So I just want to break that silhouette ever so slightly. Just a little. Okay. So something like that should be good. And then I'm going to refine these again later. But for now, I'm just going to try to push this. Oh, make sure I don't grab this control. Okay. Take the bottom joints here and just kind of push them back so that we get a little bit more of a twist back to the fingers. At least the index finger. Yeah. Okay. We're getting some very classical feeling music today. Let's see, and maybe just bend this back a little bit more. We'll keep that pinky out just a little bit. But try not to get that spacing to be even. So see here how if I undo this, that negative space right in there is pretty much the same size there. I want to adjust that. So this is only the first joint. This is going down to that second joint there. Okay. So we get that. Oh, thank you. I'm glad you're enjoying it. And Salty Salmon, that's an awesome username. Thank you so much. Hope you're doing well and having a great day so far. Let's see. So, like I said, put that hand out. Get the angle of the arm in there. Clavicle, very important. So we've got that. Great. What else can we do here? Well, we do have our bendy controls here. So for anyone who doesn't know, bendy controls are the things that allow you to bend the arms or limbs and give them a little bit more shape. So you can do this. Now, is this possible? No, our bones are bone. They don't bend, they don't twist as we move in weird ways. But these are very important controls because these are what allow you to really push the appeal of a pose. It's what creates better flow in your poses, as well as creates the feeling of musculature versus just twig arms that are just like bones or like sticks that are moving around. Let's see, any suggestions on how to do all-nighters when you don't drink coffee or any caffeine? Well, that's me. I don't drink coffee or caffeine, or caffeine is only like soft drinks once in a while. But I don't drink coffee. I've never had a cup of coffee. So for me, if ever I need to do all-nighters, for one, try not to do them if you can. I know it's like sometimes you just have to, but if possible, try not to do them. It's hard on your system, and in the end, they're usually not worth it. But if you do have to pull an all-nighter, let's see, what do I usually do? I think part of what I like to do is, one, just get a good playlist of music going. Something that kind of pumps you up, something that keeps you awake. So, for example, I have some playlists for game music that I'll listen to that are just a little bit more energetic. I'll sometimes listen to like Sabaton or some metal music. Or even like for one time, I did a 72-hour stint where I was just animating for 72 hours straight. This was back when I was a student, and it was just bad. Don't do that. Don't animate for 3 days straight. It's not worth it. But what I ended up doing was I just listened to the Muppet movie soundtrack on loop the whole time. Cameron has the exact number, but I think we ended up listening to the soundtrack like 60 something times back to back. And it was mostly, it just gave us something to like listen to. And I love the soundtrack. I really enjoy it. So for me, it was fun. And it's one of those things where it gives you a pattern, because once the soundtrack loops, at least for us, it's like, oh, here's the intro song again. We knew that we had worked for, I forget the length of the soundtrack, is like 40 minutes or something like that. So, it looped again. 40 minutes have passed. You keep animating. 40 minutes have passed. You keep animating. Another 40 minutes. So it kind of gives you a cycle that you can keep track of time. You're not getting lost in this this ether, this void of non-time. And this is very important, especially like on an all-nighter, because your brain is going to get tired. You're going to start losing track of what you're doing or what's important to do. And it's very easy when you're doing an all-nighter and you get to that stage where you're not making any progress. You could spend 2 hours on something and just keep tweaking and tweaking and tweaking, and you just kind of you get stuck in a loop. So by having that soundtrack that ended and repeated, it gave us a chance to go, okay, in the last 40 minutes, have I done anything? That helped us a lot there. Now, everyone's a little different. Like, some people probably would not want to do that. But for me, it's kind of getting that outside stimulus. So like music, even TV shows. There were some all-nighters where I would just play Wreck-It Ralph on my other monitor and just let it play. So that way, if ever I got tired of looking at my shot, I could just turn and watch Wreck-It Ralph for a little bit. It's a movie that I've seen many times, so it's not like it's distracting me. I know what's going to happen. Once I kind of clear my brain, I could go back. The other thing is, try to get up often. If you just sit down, it's going to be very easy to like just nod off. So try to get up like every half hour to an hour, just to stretch your legs and all of that good stuff. So yeah, for me, it's music and just listening to something. That helps keep me awake a lot of times. Just make sure it's not a lullaby or something like that. The Muppet movie soundtrack slaps. Yes. And Jing, hello, how's it going? I keep wanting to jump into your streams. I jumped into, what was the last one? It wasn't that long ago. You were playing a game. What was it? I wanted to say hi, but then work got busy. What was it? What game were you playing? Now it's gonna bother me. It looked like a cool game. I remember. What was it? No, it wasn't Stardew Valley. Was it something like that? I'll have to double check your streams. But hey, welcome. It's been a while. Hope you're doing well. Let's see. I think I have to do a lot of all-nighters for the next 2 weeks because I have a lot of work to do for my animation course. Let me see here. So I'm not gonna say don't do all-nighters because sometimes you have to. Like it's just part of work. Sometimes you're gonna need to put that extra time in and just like get it done. If at all possible, try to work smarter, not longer. Now, this can mean don't go as in-depth as you normally would. So for example, here, let's say I really had to get this done for an assignment. Should I be adding benbows? Do they add enough to warrant me spending an extra 10 or 15 minutes on a pose? It's not that long, but sake of argument, let's say 5 minutes on each pose, pushing the benbows. Is it worth it? Not really. It's not going to make a huge difference. So let's skip it. If there's things that you don't really have to do, like a hand pose, make one nice hand pose and then let it go through. You don't have to animate every individual one unless the character is like picking something up or doing something very detail oriented with their hands. There's areas where you can, it's not that you're cheating or cutting corners, but you're putting your your time in where it is important. And the reason this is it's a good thing to do is we don't want to burn ourselves out. The more you just kind of push and push and push, the quality of your animation by the end of all of these all-nighters is more likely going to be lower than if you had gotten proper sleep and just worked smarter. This is the trick of an all-nighter. It's the little fine print of the all-nighter is, yay, you're going to get an extra 8 hours working on your assignment, potentially, if you would normally sleep 8 hours. But the quality of that work is going to be subpar compared to it if you had slept. Which means that the next, like everything built off of that is going to be less quality, and it'll take more time to fix that subpar work than if you had just done good work to begin with. So, again, there's no right answer because sometimes you have to. I've done tons of all-nighters. I still do all-nighters once in a while when I need to. But if at all possible, try to work smarter. It's just going to be better in the end. Let's go through here. So one thing I want to do is I just want to push my bend bows right at the beginning as well, because I forgot to do that on this first pose. So let's just kind of push this. And the bend bows is basically just helping to shape the arms a little bit more. So it just gives that extra little oomph to a pose. So for example here, see how let's undo this. See how the arms are very just straight. It kind of feels like a stick figure almost. It doesn't have that graphical, beautiful appeal to it. By using the bend bows, let's kind of exaggerate this just a little bit. There. And then there. Just a little. I'm going to try to push this quite a bit here. And this arm, the clavicle, is causing some issues. There we go. So like that. It's not much of a change, but we now have an arm that has a little bit better flow. We feel that curve of the arm versus just two straight lines. That's the power of the bend bows. Now, do you need to push it this far? No. It really depends on what you're animating. If this was a really cartoony shot, then yeah, you could bend it like crazy. If you just want to add a little bit of flair, well, we can just push it a little bit. It also helps graphically just push the visual design of a pose. So for example, let's make this a little bit smaller. There we go. Oop, too small. So right here, we're pushing this straighter line here versus more of a curve on that side. Straights versus curves is always a nice design choice. It makes things a little bit more visually interesting. So I can try to exaggerate those elements in there. And then you can see here how it just feels very straight, compared to this pose, which just feels like it flows a little bit more. Is it best to only rotate for the bend bows? It depends on the rig. So for most of the rigs that I've used in the past, you don't want to rotate the bend bows. Actually, most don't allow you to rotate the bend bows. You would have to translate them. This rig allows you to do both. So I can, oops, there we go. I can rotate or I can translate. It just gives me both options. In this case, I feel like with this rig, rotating it just gives me a little bit more control. The exact control I want for these shapes. So it depends on the rig. It also depends on the situation. If I was doing a really cartoony shot and needed to stretch the arm out, then translating it's going to be the way to go. For this moment, I just need a little bit of rotation. Okay. So we're going through here. Let's keep going a little bit. Now on this hand pose, let's take our hand. We'll copy the pose from the previous right there. And the hand's going to be coming down. Let's look at it from the other view here. It's coming down. And how do I want this to happen? Let's see. I kind of want a little bit more hang time, I think. Do I? Let's see. So just to kind of talk about my thought process here, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to think of how do I want that arm to flow? What should the spacing be? Where should it kind of favor? And I'm going to do something here because I forgot to do it. Some of my keys are going to be in spline mode. So I'm going to take all this, set it to stepped, and then make sure that my default curve type, which is under tangents, is set to clamped and stepped. This way, when I'm animating, I'm not getting any in-betweens. Okay, good. So as we play through here, I want that arm right there. It comes through, and then I think I want it to snap down a little faster. So let's try to push this a little bit more. Just a little. I want the upper arm to really lead here. Let's push that back. Let's also keep going further back with it. So this will help kind of give us that that feeling of depth as the arm spins around the character versus just like saying parallel. So we'll do that. And I want to get a very clear silhouette difference here. So what I mean by silhouette difference is see how that arm, the angle of the arm here, we've got that. I don't want it to feel the same on this frame. I want it to feel very, very different. So how can I do that? Actually bring that back here. And then bring this back up. It comes through, bends, and then comes down. So we get that little bit of a feeling of a wide angle to the arm, and I can exaggerate this by opening this up here. So wide angle, tucks in, and I might be able to push it a little bit more. The wrist, let's reset it and kind of drag it upwards. So it comes through. And then here, this is going to be a very specific arm pose. I want the hand to kind of push down. So let's kind of get that in there. This is where bend bows are going to help with this pose. And now as she does that, the wrist is going to be very hard to bend this way. It's just going to not feel correct if I do it just straight like that. So let's rotate it straight down, and we're going to see a little bit more of the palm. Okay. And what rig is this? This is the Reimu rig, which you can find there. It's actually totally free. I highly recommend it. It's a great rig. This is actually, this stream is to test some of the motions of it. Okay. Okay, that feels better. Let's get the hand copied over just so we have somewhere to start with. But here, as she comes down and the wrist bends, I'll probably try to push a little bit more of the bend in the hands. So it'll help kind of create this curve to it. So comes through. See, and we're going to switch the spacing of the fingers a little bit. So we were kind of keeping the two middle fingers close together. Now I'm going to keep the pinky and the ring finger close together just for this pose. It's just going to create a little bit of visual contrast in the posing versus everything always kind of staying the same. Okay, and then something a little bit more like this. And the thumb, let's relax it a little bit. Bring it back in just a tad. I do want to try and break that silhouette of the palm, just make it a little bit more visually interesting. There we go. So now we get that little bit of a change in there. Okay. Make sure I take the clavicle into account here. If her arm is coming down, she's kind of tilting her head up. I can bring the clavicle up if I wanted to. So her arm comes through, and then as she comes down, yeah, the clavicle, it almost feels like it should come up here just a little bit. Kind of add some tension in there. Let's zero this out here and just kind of simplify it there. Same thing here. Zero it out. Starts to come up. Yeah. So we get that nice angle in the shoulder here. No, I saw a question earlier. Let me check that. Anyone know how to adjust the saturation of a material? Are you working in Maya or in Blender? If you're in Maya, which is what I'm in right now, to change the saturation of a material, if you just want to adjust the straight material, not a texture, all you'd have to do is go to your attribute editor, and then under the color right here, click on the color tab, and you have the saturation right there. You just want to make sure that it's set to HSV. If it's set to RGB, you'll see that you have RGB. Just switch it to HSV, and then you can just adjust your saturation, whoop, right there. So that would be the quick and easy way to do it. Now, when you're using this, I usually like to use HSV or RGB 0 to 255. That's the typical RGB you're going to see in like Photoshop and other programs. I will use RGB 0 to 1 once in a while, but I will say not that often. Most of the time I like HSV. I feel it just kind of, it's nice to work in. So hopefully that helps. And there was another question. I'm trying to get better at modeling for getting into studios. So I wonder, are you doing sometimes streams that are more focused on modeling aspects? It's actually something I've been wanting to do in the near future, is some sculpting streams. I like sculpting. I like to do that kind of stuff whenever I can. I have done some modeling streams in the past, although not like too many. But I would like to do more, mostly because as animators, even though it's not something that we really need, it's not going to like make or break our career if we can't model. Knowing how to model something, at least simply, really does give you a few more options when you want to create sets or props, or just kind of push your scene a little bit more than the default. Okay, this I'm not liking. I don't like, see how the arm just doesn't change really much? I'm gonna tweak this a little bit. I'm gonna push this down lower. So that way we really feel that change in those poses. So let's try to push that really straight right there. And let's bring the wrist back a little bit. I kind of want to try and get a smoother curve in there, but I think we'll be pretty good with what we have right here. Okay, maybe a little higher. Okay. Let's look at it from the side view, make sure that the spacing works. That's not going into any weirdness there. Okay. I feel like this palm is slicing a little too much. Let's put a little bit more 3/4 in there. There we go. And then let's see if we can push the arc of this hand just a little bit more as well. I want to really get those fingers to feel like they're pointing back to the character. So something like that. Ideally, it would be cool if I had a bend in the palm to really push that, but our palms don't really bend. That would be just trying to make it a little bit more cartoony. Okay, so we've got that. Now we have this pose that we haven't touched yet. Or sorry, yeah. So 8 and 5 here. One thing, see here how the pinky feels like it's almost locked right there? Those fingers? I want to make sure I don't let that happen. Always look for moments in your animation that feel locked or that don't move. So now we're getting a little bit of that twist. Maybe bring the arm here down a little bit. And now we get that sense of motion right through there. Okay. This pose here. This one's not working. Let's get that in. So, how do I want this one to work? Let's see. So the hand comes through, and then it's going to be pointing out this way, palm out. So as it comes through, I think, unless I want to add a flick to the end, it would come through and kind of face towards the audience. Let's try that. So it would kind of be doing like this motion. This kind of, yeah, I think that'll work because it's starting there and it's going to rotate upwards. So essentially on this pose, what I need to do is just push the appeal of the whole arm. So let's try to figure out what's going to lead and follow. So do I want the elbow to come into place and then the hand to rotate out? Or do I want it to lead with the hand and then come down? It wouldn't make sense that the hand leads. It would feel weird. So let's try to exaggerate this a little bit more. So let that elbow stay out. And then we get that kind of swoop right in the end there. I wonder if I can actually... Let's try this. I'm looking at the elbow. I want to go up, down, continue downwards a little bit, and then swoop in. Otherwise, there's going to be a wiggle in that elbow. Now, as we're doing this, the clavicle is broken. See how it's just getting that weird like notch in there? So let's take this, line that up correctly. Get that nice flow of the arm. Now the hand. Let's take the lower arm and we're just going to straighten it out a bit. And then how far do I want to drag this? So I could push this a lot. I could push it so that the hand is dragging way out here and then comes through. And I think that's what I'm going to want, because this avoids the face. Usually with hand motions or anything that crosses near the face, we want to avoid doing this where it crosses right in front, because that creates like that. You see this with like clowns or something where they're smiling and then frown and frown. Like it creates that feeling where we lose something in the face by going a little bit below, a little bit over top. Like if we've got something like this, it just makes it stay clear the whole time. Do you have to do that? No. If you're always trying to avoid the face, things get very boring. But if possible, it is nice to try and keep that a little bit more clear. It allows the audience to stay on the eyes and really focus on the character. Now, if you do, for some reason, have to have something cross over the character's face, what I typically recommend is try to cross over it in portions. So, for example, if this hand has to cross over the face, cross over one eye, then the other eye. Don't do both at the same time. If you do both at the same time, things get weird. Okay, I kind of like this. It creates a smear frame effect where it's crossing across the whole thing. Let's take our hand pose, copy it over. And then the wrist here is going to be as she's going through. Let's see. So she's doing this. Naturally, your pinky wants to stay out further, so your pinky sticks out. I can really bend it, but see what's happening with my elbow as I try to really rotate that wrist? It wants to go up as I try to get my thumb pointing to the audience, in this case to the camera here. Since her elbow is down, her thumb or her pinky is going to be the thing that sticks out right here. So probably, oh, not the fingers. Probably a little bit more like this. Yeah, that's gonna feel backwards if it goes the other way. So a little bit more like that. Let's push a little bit more of the flow of the hand. So we kind of look at where the fingers are going. Try to create this smooth transition between the two. And we get something like that. Okay. Did I shoot any reference for this? No. I found some quick reference as well as just some poses that I really wanted to hit. But most of it is just kind of like get these key poses and then get the body mechanics working through them. So it's like, yes, there is a reference, but nothing like let's play this side by side kind of thing. It was just some posters of some dances, and then I found reference of a dance that I'm kind of using as to help as well. Let's see. I'm just trying to get that flow of the arm working. Push those bend bows. Really try to get that curvature in the arm. And I'm noticing, I think the clavicle's still slightly out of place here. So, whoop, let's bring that back. Let the clavicle lead the action there. build that whole arm motion through. Okay. And now on this pose, let's see what we can do with the bend bows. The arm is coming through. Yeah. So I'm using this to kind of create a wave motion to the arm. Right here. So see how it is kind of bent down right there? Then it kind of arcs upwards and then through. So we get that wave effect. I'm exaggerating it a little bit. I'll probably tone it down on the last pass, but I'd rather go a little too far than not nearly enough. And then here, let's see if we can break up that hand silhouette just a little bit. Just a little, yeah, something like that. Where we just get a little bit of that pinky standing out from the rest. Okay. Now we've got the hand all the way through here. And then it kind of disappears behind the body. In the reference, the characters basically got their, or the pictures that I have in reference, the characters basically just got their hands like tucked right next to them. So I'm going to try and get that kind of feeling in there. Even though we don't see the arm, I'm going to try to pose it out so we see it a little bit more. And also so it doesn't cut through their hips. So let's find a good moment here. So coming through. Let's actually start about here, 33. How do I want this to be? The character's arm should, if they're down to their side and kind of stiff, where it's not just hanging loose and dragging, which if they're dancing, they're going to be a little bit more in control of their body. This means that I can straighten the arm here, but I'm going to try not to over straighten it. That's going to feel robotic. Even if we hold our arm kind of stiffly, there's usually a little bit of a bend in the elbow. Let's see. The other thing here is as she raises this arm there, I think the clavicle on this side can drop down a little bit. Kind of let that arm relax. And then let's copy the hand pose from the beginning on 233. Use that as a start. But I think what I'm going to do is let her close her hand. So that way one's open, one's closed, and it'll kind of create a switch off. I think that should work pretty well for this. So boop. And for the hand close, it's not going to be like a tight in a fist close. It's going to be more of a subtle, just relaxed close, something like that. Let's see, what are your top plugins for Maya, if you use any, that you mostly use when it comes to animation? In terms of animation plugins that I use, I really don't use too many. The main ones are Studio Library. That's a pose library that you can save poses and animations into. That's really nice. I'll use MG Picker, which is a good GUI picker, but that really depends on the rig. So some rigs use a different type of picker. Whatever picker tool that you need for that specific rig. I use Blue Pencil. That's the drawing tool I have here. It's basically the grease pencil tool in Maya, but with a few extra settings that I really like. So I like that one personally because I do use the grease pencil quite often, and I like the features that it gives me. I have Animbot down here, but I will say that I don't use it nearly as much as I should. The reason I don't use it is that I teach a lot of classes online. So for anyone who doesn't know, I teach at Animation Mentor. It's an online animation school. And when I'm teaching my classes, I don't want to teach things that students won't have access to or that aren't kind of common for people to use. So for example, Animbot, it's pretty expensive. And not everyone can afford it, or not everyone wants it really. So I tend to prefer to do demos and stuff with Maya's default tools versus a specific plugin. With that said, Animbot is really good. If you do get a chance, I do recommend it. I'm just looking at my hand, trying to figure out the pose I want to get here. The thumb is not rotating in the right spot. That's going to be something that I have to be careful of. So yeah, so those are the main plugins I'll tend to use. Like I said, though, I don't really use too many plugins. I tend to use Maya's kind of default tool set a lot more. And there's nothing in a plugin that you can't really do on your own. So for example, there's a lot of plugins that'll let you do constraints and things a little bit more easily, which is nice. But at the same time, doing constraints manually isn't too bad either. The big thing is it's mostly time saving. Doing a repetitive action multiple times it just takes time away from doing other things. So it's nice to have those plugins for that sense. But regardless of animation tools, so even for example Blender, as long as you can set keys and as long as you can just put a pose in, that's really all you need in animation. Everything else is just extra. Let's see. You're talking something about bend bows. Bend bows are the things that help you shape the arms. So these things here, or any limb really. So the bend bow it just helps you bend it. There's different names for that. Sometimes they're sculptors. Sometimes people call them shapers. It's essentially a control that allows you to get a little bit more out of your rigs. Okay. So I want this arm behind the character here, but I don't want it to just feel like it's doing nothing. So it's kind of this little balance here where it's like, silhouette wise, I don't really want it to disappear, but I also don't want it to just stick down here. That's going to feel really weird. So I'm trying to think of a good place to put it. So we're not getting weird tangents and we're not just letting it hang there. So let's take the left hand here, and we got this basic pose. Basically, as soon as the hand goes behind the body, so from 25, I'm going to copy it over. And then wait until the hand comes back up, probably around frame 53. And we're just going to copy that over. That way it kind of stays closed, and there we go. Then when it comes up, it'll open up. This will just give us a little bit of a nice, clean way to work here. And now I can pose out the arm here in a way that makes a little bit more sense. And then we'll get the clavicle working. So the arm comes down here. As it comes through, let's overlap that elbow. Make sure that the arc is working correctly here. Yeah, that's not quite working. See how it comes in and then it like changes angle. It's almost like it's bouncing. I can probably push this a little bit more out a little bit further. You don't have to worry about like arcs when you don't really see them, but I do like to make sure that I'm not doing anything really weird. Okay, so it comes through. Let's push it back a little bit so we see it kind of cross to the other side here. Maybe just the elbow there. Do I actually want the elbow? So there's a couple of things I'm going to be fighting here. If I put the hand out here, I'm getting a better silhouette. But the problem is that we're going to get a pop, a visual pop in the silhouette where you have a hand on the left side, hand on the right side, hand on the left side, hand on the right side. It creates this little switch. If I hide the arm here, let's say right behind the body, now I don't get that switch, but now the one arm just kind of disappears. It's just gone. I could put it so that we can see a little bit of the hand on the inside of the leg there. But now we might, depending on what happens, this might just make a weird silhouette right in there. So just trying to judge which one's going to be the best for this situation. Let's get that clavicle in place there. And then as she comes down, so the arm, the clavicle went up here. Let's keep it going up, add some tension in this moment. And then now that this arm is coming up, let's bring that down. Okay, and then the arm swings through. Should probably be a little straighter here. And let's see, I saw a question. When it comes to 3D animation of any kind, be game animation or normal animation, how important are the fundamentals of animation? They are the be-all and end-all. You will never not use them. And it is a must to learn them, or it's possible for someone to get around animation even without having too much information about the fundamentals. You need them. Like, everything you do in animation comes down to the fundamentals. As I'm animating this dance, I'm thinking of the bouncing ball, timing, spacing, overlap, overshoot, all of these, the successive breaking of joints, all of these 12 principles of animation, all of the core exercises that you learn like in class 1 of an animation course, the bouncing ball, applies to everything you do. So do not skip them ever. If you're really serious about learning animation, learn those principles. It doesn't mean that you have to like only do those until you're master at it before moving on, but you must know them at some point. And it's easier to start with those first and then build off of them. Otherwise, you're going to struggle. Now, I will say, like, it's not that you have to know them. I know a lot of people who do more like abstract animation, and you don't necessarily need to like know these things, but it just makes a lot easier to understand what you're doing right or wrong. It's like learning anatomy and drawing. Do you need to know anatomy when you're drawing? No, not at all. You don't need to know every muscle and every bone in the body. Not at all. But if you actually know the fundamentals of anatomy, where is the eye placed on the head? Why, like the shape of the eye and how the eyelid overlaps over top of it. If you know these fundamental elements, not the mathematics behind everything, it makes it a lot easier to push your drawing skills and break the rules for specific reasons instead of just hoping for the best. So, yeah. If you're interested in learning animation, highly recommend pushing that. See, do people in animation studios pose out 3D models with in real life 3D models? No, not usually. Do you have any tips for when when the playback is super laggy. Baking the animation onto a new rig seems a bit complex. It depends on the rig, it depends on the situation. So sometimes when you're animating, you're going to be using a modified rig or something like that. And what can basically happen is that the modifications are just slowing things down. So for that one, so as you're animating that scene, what you can do is replace the reference with the default rig, and it'll run just a little bit faster. If you're just using just a rig and it's running slow, try to turn off any extra elements, try to keep your viewport really nice and clean, turn off set elements. If it's still running slow, you can try to use cached playback. What else? Yeah, it really depends on the rig. There's different reasons for lagginess, or for lagginess. How do you calm down and don't hush into easy everything? When I start animating, I notice I'm not blocking correctly, and I do all the steps at the same time. Just make a list for yourself. Like when I started animating, I had a list stuck to my monitor of the 12 principles of animation. I had a list on my computer of the steps of animation: blocking, splining, refining, and what I wanted to do in each one. So break it down visually as a reminder. And then as you're animating, make sure you just do that one thing, just that one pass right through. And this kind of goes into a lot of different things. So for example, sculpting is similar in the sense that as you're sculpting, you very rarely want to do everything all at the same time. You want to break things up in passes. So you'll do a quick pass on just the blocking of the shape. Then you do like a muscle pass, just kind of the main forms of the musculature. And you kind of keep building and building and building until you get into the detail pass of like veins and pores and hairs and stuff like that. If you're doing everything all at the same time, like right from step one, going right into the details, it's going to mess up. It's not going to work correctly. So yeah, just kind of pushing yourself to take it step by step, and writing it down really helps. Don't let yours, don't try to keep it all in your head all the time. This is one of the things that it took me a long time to learn, is like, as much as it can be tedious to write down notes and things like that. For example, when I was really young, I never took notes in school. I just remembered everything. I didn't need to take down notes. It seemed more of a hassle than anything else. But then as I started getting into animation, taking notes is so nice, because it just makes it so that you don't have to remember everything. Like the 12 principles of animation. Do you need to remember it offhand, like just off the top of your head? Well, it's nice if you can, but you don't have to. If you just put a note on your computer going, hey, 12 principles of animation, here they are. As you start applying them, there you go. Like, you don't need to have them everywhere at all times. So yeah, that's what I typically try to do. Let's see, my brother told me that it's easier to convert realistic to cartoony than straight going to cartoony. Cartoony. Straight going. No, it depends on the person. I will say that. Everyone's a little different. Some people, cartoony animation or cartoony drawing comes naturally to them. That's the way their brain works. They see that world more clearly. Some people, they work much better with realistic stuff, subtle stuff. So for example, for me as an animator, I favor the realism side of animation a lot more. My brain just works better with it. But with that said, it's still like, it depends on what you're working on. So yeah, there's no like one thing that's going to be like, yep, you have to do it in this way. Some people, when they're drawing, they need to block things out, like think of it anatomically and all of this stuff. Other people, yeah, they don't have to. And that's kind of the beauty of art, is that there's no one workflow. A lot of the times when I'm talking about workflows here, I'm talking about what works for me. But if it doesn't work for you, it doesn't mean that you're a bad animator and like, why do I want to continue if this workflow that's supposed to be the way you're supposed to do it doesn't work? No. If it doesn't work for you, try a different workflow. I've had teachers tell me how to animate, like, okay, use this workflow, it's going to help. And I've tried it and I couldn't do it. I couldn't animate. It was just terrible. I didn't understand that mentality. So don't feel like there is one way that you have to animate, or that you have to draw, or that you have to do anything. It's whatever way works best for you. As long as you are thinking through it and kind of applying yourself to it, then it'll work out. See, I want that arm. So essentially what I'm trying to do here is I want the arm to feel like it's coming through and around here versus just hiding behind the body the entire time. I did not like that in the shot. Now, part of the reason why I'm having to do this is in the reference that I have, the images and everything, the arm is right behind the character, but the character, this character here, has a very narrow body and a very short body compared to her arms. Her arms are very, very long. Now, I could shrink those arms down to make them a little bit more kind of anatomically correct in proportion to the character. But if I did that, I feel like I would be compromising the character that I have and just trying to copy the reference. And this is kind of the big thing when you're animating here, is sometimes you will have characters that don't work anatomically. So for example, look at the size of her head. Her head is wider than her shoulders. That's not the case. Shoulders are usually 3 times as wide as the head. It's 3 head lengths wide. So a head here, head there. That's the width of your shoulders. Well, she's not built like that. So if in my shot I do this and tilt my head, there's still a big gap here. If she did that, her head would be like way over top. There'd be no gap between her shoulder and her head. It's not going to work the same. So do I just stick with my reference and go, well, the reference says it has to be this way, so too bad, I'll just make it happen? Or do I go, okay, I can't do it this way, but what if I tried to do it this way? Something that is going to be unique to this character and their anatomy. So now as they go through, we create a shot that's basically, what's the right word I'm looking for? It's unique to them. And for me personally, that's one of my favorite things in animation, is when you can make a shot go from generic motion to a motion for this specific character. And you see this in a lot of Disney films. So for example, one of my favorite examples is Wreck-It Ralph. Wreck-It Ralph is a huge character. He has like huge arms, a tiny little head, huge body. He doesn't do things like a regular person because he can't. His body proportions wouldn't let him do it. So as the animators went through, they took situations that he's in, for example, when he has to hold another character, when he has to interact with the world, and they have him do it in a way that fits him. He doesn't grab things like a normal person. He's always holding them with just like 2 fingers, because any other way he'd hold them, he would just crush everything. Like they disappear in his hands. So try to figure out, instead of just kind of going, well, reference said this, try to create a unique moment. It's going to be much more interesting. Okay, so here I want the arm to kind of swoop forward. And I think I'm going to have to ease that a little bit more. I don't want the elbow to pop. Maybe on this frame, I'm just going to bring it up just a little bit more. Lead with that elbow, so we start feeling that bend in the arm a little sooner. Okay. Now the hand, let's just copy the pose for now. I'm going to fix it in a second. I need to figure out which hand poses I'm going to go into that last half there. Okay. So as she comes through, the arm comes back. We get this little drag here. I'm getting a tangent between the thumb and the leg, so let's bring this back just a bit. Then swings through. Let's get that momentum going. Kind of want to push this back further here. But at the same time, we'll see. We'll put it just there for now. I'll figure out the exact spacing in a bit. No, this definitely needs to tweak. So essentially, I want to make sure that the arm never cuts through the body. Even though we don't see it, and honestly, I could cheat it. There's nothing wrong with trying to cheat it so that it cuts through. I would rather try to get it to feel natural and properly positioned, so that if I do light the scene later, there's not going to be any like weird shadows that come through. See, I've been struggling with getting dynamic poses down. I understand that it's important to get a good silhouette, line of action, negative space, but I still find it difficult to do. In terms of what recommendations would I have to improve posing, just do quick pose tests. So there's a lot of ways you can do this. One of the core pose tests is to just basically do gesture drawing, and you can either draw it out if you know how to draw, so that'll get you practicing the posing elements and posing kind of concepts, but you can also do gesture poses in Maya or Blender. So take a pose, an image of a pose online, a really dynamic one, and try to pose it out. Don't worry about doing a big animation, don't worry about doing a really complex shot, just make a pose. And essentially what that's going to do is just give you that practice to try and capture a feeling one-to-one. And you do that, just do a ton of them. Like spend maybe half an hour on each pose or an hour on each pose. That's going to get you that practice. As you're doing that, try to exaggerate the poses, make them bigger, stronger. I've actually done a few demos on that on stream. What else can you do? The other thing that I would recommend is once you do that with real life poses, then find poses from other cartoons. So let's say you love the posing in, let's say, Tangled. So there's just something about the poses Tangled you love. Well, find your favorite one and recreate it. Take a rig and see if you can get the same basic appeal that they got in Tangled in your character. Or you really like an expression on a character from Zootopia. Even though they're animals, you can still try to recreate that same feeling. How are the eyes shaped? How is the mouth shaped? That's a little harder with an animal mouth, but you can still try. Or you could do it with like Wreck-It Ralph, something like that. So do master studies. Master studies are great because they're what teach you not just how to, what's the right word I'm looking for? How to take something and push it to be appealing. You're taking something that you already find appealing and you're trying to figure out how it ticks, what makes it work. And that is really, really good. I highly recommend everyone do master studies if you can. It really does push your skills to another level. Okay. Sorry, I'm running into a situation here where her arm is supposed to be like doing this because it's going to flip out afterwards. But because of the silhouette and because of the shading on the character, it just looks like she's doing this versus bending her hand over. And if I try to exaggerate it so we would see that, she stabs herself in the face with her hand. So I'm going to have to exaggerate this a little bit. Okay, so maybe a little bit more like that. So yeah, I would do pose tests. So just quick pose tests and then master studies. Master studies are, like I said, those are going to be the big ones that really push that, like, that visual library in your head of like, how do I make an interesting mouth shape? Oh, I'll do this. Because Tangle did it really well and now you know the secret. Same thing with like hand poses. How did this one artist get such good hand poses? Well, try to recreate them. What did it? Look at Milt Kahl's hand poses and try to recreate them in 3D. It's just going to really push your skills. And Autokey, hey! Long time no see. Hope you're doing well. And why is she bald? Because her hair is getting in the way. So if I turn her hair on here, let's see, it's very long, and in certain poses, it's hiding her shoulder controls, and like you can see here, it's cutting through that shoulder. So until I animate the hair, it's just getting in the way. So instead of dealing with that and having to constantly move the hair out of way or do all of this stuff, I'll just turn it off. Once I get to the hair, I'll get to the hair. For now, don't need to worry about it. Okay. So let's get this pose. So I want this pose here, and it's going to be kind of a relaxed pose. She comes in and then she's going to flip her hand outwards. So I think let's curl it in. So she's curling it in, index finger comes up. I'm just trying to think of the hand pose I want. So it comes in, up. I think I'm going to go with something like this. I don't want the thumb to be sticking out. It creates a weird silhouette. And I want the fingers to kind of stay a little bit more bent. What that's going to do is give me room to bring her hand closer to her face without stabbing herself. So let's see. You'll notice that when I'm posing out hands, I tend to look down at my own hands quite often. Essentially what I'm doing is I'm doing the pose that I want, and I'm looking at the angles of the joints and using that as kind of reference to pose out the hand. This way I'm not just hoping for the best and doing some random pose. I'm basing it off of something and then exaggerating from there. Let's not get that 90 degrees there. Okay. Now, one thing when you're posing hands is never just rotate the fingers forward. Fingers will rotate inwards as well. That's what's going to really push your hand posing and make them really appealing. If you're just ever rotating the fingers forward, you're missing out on a whole dimension of the hands. So be very careful of that. And always animate the metacarpals. They don't have to move much, but they will move. So something like that. Now here, this I definitely want to pose that out, and I think we'll go back into this pose. I really like that pose where the two middle fingers are close together and kind of get that dancerly pose. Now, one thing I need to figure out here is the angle of the arm. Which way do I want it to face? So she's got her hand kind of forward here. So hand in front of elbow. And then as she gestures, what I'm doing right now is I'm really twisting that arm. So she's doing this. But I don't know if I like that. Silhouette-wise, I feel like it works. But then it takes away from the ending here where I want her arm to come back and push backwards. So you can see how it then has to goes there and then has to go forward and then back again. So it's doing this big arc and then arc again. It's doing like the McDonald's M logo, which seems kind of, it's not bad, but I could simplify where she goes forward and then back. So it's there versus there, if that makes sense. So animation lovers alert, Love, Death, and Robots. I'm so excited for that. I actually haven't seen the first one yet. I haven't had a chance to see it, but just the animation in there looks so good. I definitely need to take some time to watch the first one and really appreciate it. Okay, so the other thing I'm going to need to really do is make sure that we read that hand flip. Because I'm animating this on 4s, it's going to be very important that we register that flip. Now, does that read as well as when we did this? This definitely feels, as much as it's killing my arc, it definitely reads better. The better silhouette. It just kind of overall is cleaner. But what if I did this? No. So we should use that. And then what if... And then maybe I can arc it back a little bit more. Yeah. Let's kind of stick with this because it's what we had. Once I start animating the arm going up, we'll see how it feels. If her hands weren't quite so large, we would be able to get that flip the way it's supposed to be. But we're just gonna have to make do. And that's fine. Because in the end, we'll still get something cool. Okay, so I'm just trying to push the silhouette of the fingers here a little bit more. So we can see a little bit of that, those fingers there. And I'll probably add a little curl to the fingers in just a bit. But let's make sure I'm animating the clavicle. So her shoulder comes up, good. Let's kind of keep that shoulder coming up there. Make sure it's lining up. There we go. And then we can drop it. And then okay, flip. And then on this frame, let's drag that hand a little bit more. Right now, see how it's just kind of going and then pops back? Let's drag it a little bit more. So that wrist is going to be a little lower down. I need to pose out the fingers as well. But it's going to be a little lower down. And let's get a little bit more twist in that elbow. Keep it going forward. And then up. Okay. Let's pose out the hand. Okay. Exaggerate that stretch in there. So I really want to push that line of action right through there. If I do that, it starts going into a little bit too much of a Spider-Man pose, so let's try to avoid that. Okay, so something a little bit more like so. And then let's try to take this wrist here and push our bend bows to just create a nice flow to the whole thing. So push that line right through. And then here, let's push the line the other way. Okay. Just pushing the lines right through. It's not a huge difference, but it does just make the arms flow so much better. Okay. Now as she comes up here, let's just copy the hand pose. And on this frame, the hand will start to come up. Right now, it's kind of getting this weird silhouette with her ear. I'm not too worried about that because once I add the hair back in, I don't think we're going to actually see the ear too much right here. Okay, there, and then comes up and over. Yay. You said you're animating 4s. How does it work in 3D animation? Because the software does the interpolation. You just set it so that there's no interpolation. So I have it set to stepped mode, which is essentially no interpolation. So even if I scrub through here, you can see there's no in-betweens. Like right there, nothing. So that's essentially all you're doing. And you can animate in a 2D style with a 3D rig, CG rig, with no issues. Okay. Now here we're doing a very specific hand pose, and let's get everything working first. So the clavicle is definitely going to need to be a lot higher. Really push that. I'm going to have to push the face a little bit, I think, so we don't get that cut right there, but I'd rather get the arm in the right position than just move the head to make that work. Push that elbow. I want to kind of get this really nice straight curve right through. Maybe do we need it so far forward? Or sorry, back? Let's try maybe a little bit more this way. Yeah, I want to keep the eye clear. That's the big key here. I could try to put it a little straighter up, but then I lose the eye a little bit, and I don't want to do that. Okay. So here she's going to be doing kind of this point up into the sky. Normally you don't want to point, but it's in the dance, there's this nice point. So it's like, we'll see what we can do with it. Plus it kind of gives us some things to talk about. Specifically, what to look for when you're animating a point. One of the big things I tend to see people do when they're animating a point is they just take all these other fingers and bring them down so that the index finger is the only thing pointing upwards, which, haha, that's a point. Except our hands don't really work that way. So doing a pose like this doesn't really work. Mostly because there's no sympathetic motions in there. If you try to do a point, try to get all of your knuckles here to line up flat, like this. Just give it a try. You probably can't, unless you relax your pinky, but if you really do a full point, look at your middle finger. It points up a little bit compared to the other two. It's sympathetic because the middle finger, or sorry, the index finger is pointing up, you get this connection here. So this is going to point upwards. That gives this nice natural flow. You can see it right there. See how this is just flat? It's a perfect L 90-degree corner. As soon as I bring this up, ooh, more interesting. If I add just a little bit more, look at that. Now there's a flow to the fingers. Now, what else? Well, when you close your hands, do you see any gap between the fingers? Not really. This is terrible. So this is your metacarpals need to come in more. As you close your hands, your metacarpals tighten. Your knuckles, if you look at the front, like at the top, look how round it is. If I put this pen here, let's actually go full screen. If I put my pen here on top of my knuckles, look how flat my knuckles are. Not at all. They're very round. Our knuckles are not flat. They bend. That's the metacarpals, the bones in the hand. If I do that here, look how flat this is overall. So let's take that and curve that in just a little bit. Whoop, like so. Now they're not flat. I can even exaggerate that just a little bit. So now we really get that roundness in there. Yeah, using yourself as a reference is a good trick. It is. It's going to just make your life a whole lot easier. Now the fingers, we talked about before how they don't just bend forward, they're in all axes. If you look at the fingers here, they're pointing in the wrong direction. Normally when you close your hand, your fingers all point to about the center of your palm, like that little divot right there. Your fingers will point approximately to that. It's a good, like, just quick little trick, is just point those fingers right in there. And as you do that, that's going to tighten the fingers up. So for example here, whoop, look at that, nice and tight. So now we get a little bit more of a natural hand pose just by paying attention to those little details in there. We're not just getting a generic hands closed, done, haha. Something a little bit more interesting. The thumb, unless we're doing something like that, the thumb tends to sit in. So I'm going to take that thumb, just rotate it in, kind of set it in a little bit. The other thing where it's nice to look at a reference is most people, if you look at their thumbs, even when they hold it straight, the thumb has a little bit of a curve backwards just because of the way the nail sits. So it's nice to push the thumb, not all the time, but instead of having it straight like this, try to just exaggerate the back bend a little bit. Everyone's a little different, so this is not like a you have to do this, but I find it just gives a nice flow to the thumb and kind of pushes everything to go up into that one finger. Now the index finger, as it goes up, it'll most likely bend inwards a little bit, and you can't really arc, well, you can if you kind of loosen your hand, but if you're really tightening your hand, it's going to actually point forward ever so slightly. And then let's add just a little curvature to it. Whoop. Look at that. Now that flow goes right through. And we can push our bend bows as well to help exaggerate that. So it kind of creates that curve all the way through. A little bit more interesting. Now you can see, especially, look at the clavicle. See what happens when you don't have the clavicle in the correct spot? How you get this weird lump in the shoulder? If you put the clavicle in the correct spot, it creates that clean line of action and connects the arm into the whole motion. So really push your clavicles, push your arm poses. Really think of how all of that is working together. On this pose, the arm's not going to be quite all the way up. So let's bend that elbow a little bit, kind of bring this back down. And get that clavicle in place. Up. And back. So I'm actually going to take the whole arm here, copy this one frame back, so we just get this hold here. And essentially what I'm going to do is just make a slight moving hold, where the arm is going to keep going back slightly. Actually, maybe something like that. So it'll go... Do I want to overshoot? Yeah, maybe. We'll see. Yeah, let's try to overshoot. Just a little bit. And I'm going to overshoot with the clavicle as well. So as the arm comes up, it's going to go higher, and I'm going to actually translate this up. So just pull this up here so that shoulder, we feel it go up, and then settle. That's a little too high. But now we get that. Even that's a little high. But you get that kind of settle in there and then down. So it just kind of gives a little extra oomph to that motion in there. Okay. Now we've got this pose. We need the 3 kind of going up. Let me actually get the hand pose here, copied over. This point, I don't want it to be like, I want it to really hit. So as she comes up, we want to get that like hit in there. So at this point, let's kind of, do I want it to pop out? No, because her thumb is on the inside here. So it's going to be probably a pose like this. So the finger, the main pointer, let's reset that and bring it down. So we get that. And not only that, how do I want to do this? So I've got some choices here. For the hand, do I lead with the palm? Oops, make sure I set this on the right key. So do I lead with the palm so that the hand kind of does this motion first? So she's going like that, where she twists her hand and then points, or do I drag it through? Kind of like this, because it creates this little bit of an S curve to the hand. Let's try that. Now this one here, this pose, that's all wrong. Oh no, wait. No, that's right. I need to hold one more frame. Okay. Hand pose, copy. Copy. I forgot I added one key, an extra key in there. Okay, that's better. Okay, let's get the clavicle working. You'll notice that I reset my controls quite often as I'm doing this. I find it just makes it easier to not deal with random rotations that might not be what I actually want. Let's see. Maybe let's drag this just a little bit more. I want that finger to really pop. Okay, I think for this hand we're pretty close to to done. There's definitely some stuff we still need to do. We need to make sure our bend bows are all in there throughout the whole shot. But for a first pass, we're getting there. It's only this one pose now, I think, this one here. And I just need to think of how I want to in between it. So we're going from there, and right now it's just kind of going up and then locking. I need to, if she's bring her arm up, I definitely want to lead with that arm. So I don't want this to be flat right there. That's going to be boring. So I kind of want that to lead upwards, but the hand is too high because it's plateauing right there. So if I could bring this in and rotate the hand forward so we get that motion. But the problem with that is now it's crossing the face in a weird way, which I'm not a fan of. It's not bad. Let's just quickly grab that hand pose and copy it over. That kind of works, but like I said, I'm not a fan of the hand crossing over. Oh boy, these bend bows are a little too pushed. It's great to try and exaggerate, but I don't want to break it. Usually if it's looking like that, it means I've used the wrong axis. I should use a different axis. Did I start with video reference? I started with some reference, mostly images. So I had, like, for example, this last pose here, I have a very specific pose image that I want to get for this. So that's what I'm using for that. But yeah, I am using reference. I'm trying not to follow it like one-to-one, because then that just kind of looks weird. But yeah, it's always good to have some sort of basis for your shot. Could do this, but this isn't interesting because we're not getting that like bend and then shoot out. The arm just kind of raises. If I bend this, we get that more like visual interest. What if I tried this? It's going to be exaggerating it quite a bit, but let's push the lead of the elbow up. Actually, wait, if the elbow is going forward, I need to keep going forward here. Let's just do one thing at a time. Elbow goes forward, and then back. Yeah, so see here how the elbow is going back and then forward, and then we're getting a wiggle. I'll need to change that. Back. And then let's push that further back. And we create that overshoot, which is good because it contrasts a little bit, makes it a little bit more dynamic. Okay, I'll definitely have to clean up my curves there. Okay. Elbow forward. Let's just get that clavicle cleaned up because it's bothering me. There you go. cleaner. Okay, comes through. Boom, boom. That's not too bad. It does add a kind of snap to it. It almost kind of makes me think of like a finger snap. But if I'm going to do it that way, I can probably drag this a little bit more. So we get that nice drag and then really exaggerate that point. Okay. And then, let's see, can I push the arm here? Goes forward. Yeah, let's try that. It's definitely exaggerating it quite a bit, but should have a nice... Oh, it is a new rig. And Kevin, how's it going? This is the link to the rig if you want to check it out. It's totally free, which is really nice. And it's a really powerful rig. So far, there's only a few small things about it that like I feel could be tweaked. One of the big ones kind of being just the thumb rotations, but overall it's really nice. See, I think I can drag the hand here a little bit more. Since the hand was so open on the previous pose, it kind of feels weird that it would just be closed completely. And let's get the index finger open a little bit more. Clean up that thumb silhouette. There we go. So now we get a little drag, close, open. Okay. I think that works. Definitely push it a lot compared to my blocking, but I feel like it just makes it more dynamic, where we have the elbow really leading the action. Maybe it's a little too much. I can just bring the elbow down a little bit, just like that. Oops, make sure I'm on the right frame. The reason I want to bring the elbow down is so that it still has a ways to go here. I was bringing it up so high that it was kind of already reaching the top. Oh, something like that. Does it have an even lower proxy? Oh, does it have a lower proxy? No. This is the lowest version. No, actually, no, you're right. It does have a low proxy. Where is it? Right. Body casual. Proxy geo right here. So you can turn that on and then let's turn that off, and there you go. So you have just the proxy mode there, which is really cool. Now, with that said, I've been using this rig with the full like geometry, and it's 1-to-1. Like it feels super fast. So I don't think like the proxy is really not necessary. It's a really optimized rig, but at least it's there if you need it, which is really nice. So I'm just trying to push the arc of the clavicle there. Let's see here. What can we spot? I want it to overshoot and settle just slightly. Why is there a big rotate X here? Okay. That should be good. Let's look at this. So I think I'm going to be getting some weird gimbal. That's fine. So it goes up, up. This should ease a little bit. Nice stop. I want it to keep moving backwards. The reason I want to keep moving it backwards is because the body is moving forward, so I want this contrasting motion in the arm. But we can always clean this up later as well. Okay, that's good. There's a pop in the clavicle. Right in here somewhere. Something's not easing the way it should. I think that might have done it. Should have. Oh wait, there you go. That's it. This should be zeroed out. There we go. Aha. Do you animate IK eyes in world or head space? It depends on what the characters are doing. If they're focused on something specific. So for example, if I'm looking at the camera here, I'm going to use it in world space because my eyes are locked on and it's focused on that. If I'm just kind of thinking to myself and I'm moving my head, let's go full screen for this. So I'm just doing this. You'll notice how my eyes, they just kind of follow the head motion because I'm not focused on anything specific. I'm just kind of in my internal thoughts. So then I'll animate the eyes in head space. It really depends on what I'm doing. And I'll switch sometimes. Sometimes when your character is focused on something very specific, just the type of motion that they're doing, it's easier to animate when it's in head space versus world space. Yeah, so that's what I usually try to go for, one or the other, and it depends on the situation. I feel like world space tends to make the eyes a little bit more expressive because it avoids that just dead locked feeling in there. Once I get to the face, which unfortunately I probably won't be able to do it today. I would been hoping to do the arms and the face today, but we kind of got, I got on a lot of tangents with the arm and like just talking and explaining things. So unfortunately, we're not going to have time today to get to all of the face stuff that I'd wanted to get to. But that's what next stream is for. Here I just want to curl these in a little bit more. Create a better silhouette there. Hey, Jerry, how's it going? Hope you're doing well. Welcome to the stream. Hope you have a good time here. And actually, just in case there are new people, these streams, like I do demos on these. I kind of explain topics, whatnot. The main goal of these streams is to help people out. So if you have questions, feel free to ask. I'm always happy to go over some stuff and some concepts, if anyone has questions. We can also do demos and stuff for people, and oftentimes I will look at people's work as well. That just depends on if we have time between like the actual demos that we're doing. So for example, this posing demo here. Okay, so what I'm trying to do here, let's zoom in so everyone can see. I'm trying to push the silhouette of these fingers to just be a little bit more dynamic. Get that nice curvature right through there. And then the thumb right now is kind of getting this big knobbly effect. I can just kind of whoop, push it in, clean that silhouette up there. Okay. So if I have a question, just ask away. Yep. If anyone has questions about animation or anything like that, feel free to ask. Okay. So I think that arm is done. There's still like bend bows and stuff that we can exaggerate on it. But overall, I think it's working. It definitely is a little bit more alive now that the hand poses are actually in there. So that's nice. I think on this pose, I kind of want to push the fingers just a little bit more. Add a little bit more drag right in there. Just a little whoop. And actually, let's do the whole thing. It's going to be a little unrealistic, but I want to just exaggerate that flowing motion as the character goes down. And of course, I did it on the wrong frame. Always double check that you're on the right frames before you start posing things out. Okay. Yeah, that's a little better. Okay. My question is mostly on the graph editor. For one of my assignments I turned in, I tried making my ball bounces more smoother, but the editor is a pain. The graph editor does take a while to get used to. It's one of those things that there's a lot of different elements to the graph editor that can be very daunting and confusing. If you're an animation mentor, I'm not sure if you're an animation mentor or not. Or yes, you are, Jerry. Cameron and I actually recorded some videos. They should be in the assignment tips and tricks there in the survival guides. And in there, I believe we cover how to view the graph editor, like how to simplify it so that it's easy to work with. Essentially, when you're looking at the graph editor, and I think there's also videos on the Twitch stream. If you go to the bottom, there's click on the avatar, you can go to a videos page. There's a whole bunch of resources in there. But the graph editor, essentially, there's two things you should be looking for in the graph editor. One is the change of direction. So let's pick a control here that's a little easier to focus on. So I'm going to just take the hips here. So this is going to be just the hip control. So if we look at our curves, and I'll put this in splines just so it looks a little simpler. There's two things we need to look for. A change of direction. So is the curve going down or is the curve going up? So here we see the curve going down. That means the translate Y, the up and down, is going in one direction. And then, oh, it's now going up. It's going in a different direction. Now, one of the tricky things when you're first starting to learn animation is you start animating the bouncing ball, and it creates an odd trick where you start to associate the direction in the graph editor with a very specific direction in the viewport. So what I mean by that is, oh, the hips right here are going down. You can see them moving down there as the curve goes down. Ah, we have a connection. Goes down, the hips go down. This goes up. The hips go up. They're 1-to-1. Yay. Kind of, but not really. And the easiest way to show this is, well, let's take this view, and I'm just going to flip it upside down. So now my camera is upside down. Now, as the curve goes down here, the hips are going to go up because the camera is upside down. As the curve goes up here, the hips are going to go down. It's all based on where we're going and where our camera is. So, for example, left to right. You can go, okay, the curve is going to go down, that goes left. It goes up, it goes right. What happens if you flip your camera around onto the other side? Now it's backwards. Don't worry about associating a very specific direction in your curve with a specific like up, down, left, right, forward, back. You don't have to. Instead, you just look at your attribute. I know that this is my translate Y, up and down. Great. Now my curve, I see the changes in direction. That's it. I don't need to like have a very specific like up, down, or like anything like that. So we just know there's a change. Great. So that's the first one, change of direction. Second is, how steep is the curve? A flat curve means that there's no motion or that there's very little motion. A steep curve means that things move faster. So looking at this curve here, I can see that the curve starts off slow. It's a little flat, speeds up, gets steeper, really fast right here, before it slows down, and here it's almost flat, which means it's almost come to a stop before it speeds up, goes a little faster, 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 and slower. Change of direction. So it's now going in the opposite direction, fast and slow. So with those two things, you can read any curve in your graph editor. And that's all you need. Is just telling you the speed that an attribute is moving and when it's changing direction. So for example, the rotation, I can do the same thing. Look at my curve. There's my rotate X. That's the leaning forward and back. Okay, so they're leaning in one direction, fast, and then slow. They change direction, fast, slow, and then change, and ooh, what's happening here? They're changing direction, changing direction, changing direction. That seems weird. Let's double check that. Let's actually put this back in step mode so we don't get this weirdness here. So what's happening here? Well, as they're dragging forward here, essentially what's happening is that the body is dragging. It's dragging back. So I could actually do this. I could have the body drag a little bit more. There we go. Now we're not getting that little pop in the motion there, and we should get a cleaner animation. But I didn't just clean it up randomly. I looked through and tried to understand what was going on. So by understanding the change of direction and the speed, you can start to essentially diagnose what's going on in your animation without doing a ton of extra work. Hopefully that makes sense. Whenever I'm looking at my animation, that's essentially what I'm looking at. Whenever I look at the graph editor, it's just change of direction, speed. Nothing else in the graph editor. Let's see. Actually, I need to make sure I have the other arm selected now. So their frame where the arm really sticks out. There you go. So let's take this, turn on the finger controls, and oops, I need the bend bows as well. Bendy controls. Select all of this, and then deselect the controls we don't need. Isolate select, add selected, and then we're just going to take out the ones we don't need. Okay. So I don't need this one or this one. Okay. I could deselect this arm, but it's not going to bother me to have both there. And now I can make changes quickly. And then the other thing I need to do is, because I'm going to be copying hand poses, finger poses, I'm just going to copy or take all of these finger controls and the wrist, I guess. Do I want the wrist? Yeah, let's not do the wrist. And create sets, quick select set, and this is going to be hand, right. Add to shelf. There we go. Now we can just click that to select all the finger controls. Okay. Let's see. I've been struggling with how the speed works in the graph editor a lot. I've also never seen those orange dots on the editor. They are the keys I manually input. Yeah, so the orange dots there, these are the keys. So you should be seeing those. If you're not, that tells me that something is not right in your graph editor. I would try to reset your settings and preferences, or your preferences in Maya if you're not seeing those, because those are the keys. That's what you use to move them around and all of that stuff. Okay. Now, actually, what I need to do now is, I don't have keys on these controls, on certain ones, like the finger controls. So I'm just going to go through and set keys on everything. That way I know that I'm not going to accidentally break something. Okay. Now this arm is going to be a little different, because for the first part, it's doing what we did here, where the hand is just behind the body. So this whole section is actually going to be pretty simple right up until this point here, where the arm comes forward. And here, I need to figure out what hand pose I'm going to get into right here. I think, let's see, how do I want to do this? I could go into this dancerly pose again. So she does this big swoop and then comes forward and goes into this hand pose. But I feel like that's going to be repetitive, where we get this like graceful pose, then graceful pose, and then we get the point at the end. That's okay, but everything's sticking out. What if it was graceful pose, comes forward into kind of this like fist-ish hand pose, so it's like that, and then what does she do? She does so up and then swoops through, and so comes into a fist and then swoops and opens up her hand. How did I approach this shot? So I approached this, I've got a reference. I didn't shoot it. I found images of like the dance that this is based on. And then from there, I just animated straight ahead, kind of based on the images, based on the poses I wanted to hit here. And it's been interesting because the characters' proportions are very different than the images that I have. So it's been a fun exercise in trying to make sure that it all kind of works. But it's been fun. Okay. Let's see. Technically, the stream is almost over, but I really want to get at least a start on the pass of this hand. I don't want to just leave this hand kind of half finished. I'm thinking maybe a hand pose like this. So she comes in and we'll see. We'll see what kind of silhouette we can get with this angle here. Okay, make sure I don't select that one. Because it might just look stubby. And that's what I'm kind of worried about. So arm comes up. I want it to arc up and then across. Let me actually fix the arm arc here because this is going to bother me. This arm arc here should be a little bit more straight across. Yeah, so down. I feel like this is not in a good spot here. It's not interesting. This is where bend bows are going to help a lot. Really pushing this arm here. Exaggerate that pose. We're getting a little bit of a flat hand right there. So it's like just facing straight back to camera. So let's try to drag it a little bit. The hand pose itself will help a lot there. There we go, a little bit more 3/4. But watch, see how my hand is, it was like tangenting right with the leg. You need to push that. So get the nice, that feels better. Now I get that nice swish motion right through. Break it from the silhouette of the leg a little. That's better. So right across. Kind of feel like this arm can be pushed in a little bit more. Really get that twist in the body there. And that way we also feel the elbow kind of pulling through here a little bit more. I want this motion here to be almost, for lack of a better term, violent. So it's like, it's graceful. And then this kind of this punch upwards. This just strong dynamic motion that then becomes graceful as it comes through here. That way there's just a little bit of a kind of dynamic range to it. Oh yeah, definitely A to the J. Feel free. Your resources are always helpful. Oh, and let's see. I don't see them. They're just blank. This whole time I was just moving them around slowly because if I moved one line, all of them would move. Yeah, if you're just seeing like a straight line and you're not seeing the individual keys, try resetting your preferences. That's something I've noticed in my Maya is sometimes the keys will disappear. So reset your preferences. To do that, let's see. Let me open up my folder. So if you're on Windows, this is going to be how to do it. If you're on a Mac, you're just going to figure out where your preferences folder is on your system. So to reset Maya's preferences, I'm going to show it right here. Go to your Users Documents Maya folder if you're on Windows. If you're on a Mac, just look for Maya Prefs folder location. Just do a Google search, you'll find it. So open up the version of Maya that you're using, Maya 2020, and there's your prefs folder. This is all the preferences for Maya. Take this and rename it. So just rename, name it something else, and then open up Maya. So you want to do this while Maya is closed. When Maya opens up, it'll be totally rebooted, totally fresh, and all the options will be reset. So if anything is going wrong, it'll be fixed. You can actually see I've got a couple of backups right here of my prefs. So that's basically it. And that should hopefully solve the issue. When you open up your scene, you should hopefully see the keys in there. So give that a try. Okay, there you go. And there's the documentation for that. A to the J is always on it with all the links. Let's see, I kind of want to push this arm to be a little straighter. And let's actually, I'm going to go to the pose that I know is going to be correct. So that's frame 17 here, I believe. Yeah. So I really want this to feel like the elbow is leading and pulling the arm across and through and dragging. So I want this kind of feeling of almost the clavicle. Let's take the clavicle here, reset it. Clavicle leading through the motion here as the arm drags back. So get that kind of lead in with the clavicle and then the hand. Let's reset this. Let's just pose this out super quick. And this one's going to be just kind of a relaxed, open hand. Okay, so something like that. And then let's just bring those fingers in closer. I think I can do that. This, if I haven't done it already. So something like that. Then let's relax the thumb. Push it too much. So see how the silhouette of the knuckles is flattening out there? That was too much right there. So I'm going to just pull it back. As I'm posing this out, let's actually zoom in here. What I'm looking for is a curve in the fingers here. I want it to feel like there's a little bit of an arc right in there. That's what's going to make the hands feel really nice and appealing. If there's just kind of this flat line on all of them, it's going to feel flat and dead. So just trying to get that nice arc. Some variation in the finger spacing right there. So something like that. It's not much, but it should help. Then as the hand comes through, let's take this here and copy the hand pose. And how do I want this to lead? So right now, I think I can push the upper arm a little bit more forward. Let's push that back a little. Hey, you can see the keys. Nice. It makes a big difference when you can actually see the key. Like I said, I've had that issue as well, and it's kind of a pain when suddenly you can't see your keys and you're trying to animate and it's not working. Okay, now I was saying that I want the clavicle to lead, so let's actually push that here as well. So push that clavicle up and around, and then and around to really get that shoulder to feel like it's doing a lot of the work here. And we're going to lower it here and bring it back so you really feel that shoulder come forward there. Give that nice motion. We need a cheer emoji. Yeah, that's a good idea. Let me write that down. Where's my pencil? Every single time I go to write something, I have to refine my pencil. There it is. It is never in the same place twice. Okay. Okay, so it comes through. Let's drag this. So if the hand is there, let's see if we can get a little bit more of a dragging motion in there. And then maybe drag hand up a little bit there. Okay. Now, I need to figure out what the arm is going to do at the beginning. So I know that frame 17 is good. So let's bring the hand, or the arm, I should say. Let's get that into a nice relaxed pose here. So we want to start off with that arm not super active. Maybe push that back here. It can just kind of hang out right there. Then as she starts to turn, let's drag it. I'm not a huge fan of the fact that the arm stays hidden for most of the start of the shot. That's kind of like silhouette wise, it's not the greatest. So let's actually try this. I'm gonna exaggerate this. This is pushing it away from that reference image I found, but it's gonna be more interesting, I think, is to have that arm kind of sitting against the body. So something more like that. And then the hand. We can kind of just angle it there so we feel a little bit of change in the wrist. Let's see. One thing I noticed is when my mentor moved her keys, the rest wouldn't. I was just that one she chose, if I saw it right. Yeah, so to move just one key, you just select the one key. If you select your entire curve, that's going to move the entire curve. So click in the middle, that'll select the curve. If you select the one key, you can just move that. So that's how you just move the one. And usually hold down shift if you want to move it just straight up and down. Otherwise, you're going to retime things as well, which is kind of a pain. Okay. Now, as she kicks out here, I want to let that arm stay visible. But have some sort of reaction to it. So we get that push in the hand. It arcs around. Let's exaggerate this a little bit. So, oh, too far. So it kind of gets pushed out around, back, and then up and forward. So on this frame, let's kind of keep moving it outwards. Okay, so here's something that can be very helpful. I'm trying to get this arc to work correctly. Well, I could just eyeball it. I could track the arc with an arc tracker, or I could just draw my arc. So my arc here is going across. Just draw out where everything goes. Right there. Okay. Now, if I look at this, I can start to see where things are going wrong. So one thing I want to do here is I feel like these three keys here are a little even. So let's push our spacing. And I can do this in a couple of ways. I could just repose the arm where it is, or I could draw it out. So I can go, okay, you know that one? Not quite the right space. I want it to ease out a little bit here. So that way it goes faster. And then here, I really want to arc that around. So there, there. And let's get rid of this one. Or sorry, no, that one's the correct one. I know that's where I want it to be. So this one is incorrect right there. So now, how do I connect these? So it goes through. Probably it should be like right around there. So it eases, gets a little faster. So something like that. I could even exaggerate this one. Maybe try to arc it round a little bit more. So we get something like that. Okay. So there's the arc that I might want to get. We'll see if it'll work. So now that I've drawn it out, all I have to do is match the poses. So line up that wrist with that spacing right there. There we go. So we get that. Now, as it's coming through, I'm gonna have to get the wrist positioned correctly, so we get a nice rotation in there. Yeah, blue pencil 2 is really nice. Let's see. I think I missed a bit of chat there. Which is good if you ever want to... Oh, that was in response. Got a grease pencil tutorial, 10 years and I've never used it. The big thing is get grease pencil. If you're using Maya, get the blue pencil plugin. If you're going to use a grease pencil tool, it's worth it. Otherwise, the basic Maya grease pencil tool is pretty good. Like just for simple tracking of arcs. Essentially, the big thing is that there's just like a few buttons to deal with. It's you draw it, and there's remove, add frames, and that's basically it. Like, and then ghosting. So it's super basic. There's not too much in there. Now the regular Maya grease pencil tool is this button right here in your viewport. You can also get to it by view, camera tools, grease pencil tool right there. I think I've done some demos on stream about the grease pencil, but it really is just a nice way of tracking arcs, and at least for me, I feel like it makes more sense when I use the grease pencil to draw out an arc rather than using editable motion trails or something like that. The big reason being that I can just easily position things exactly where I want it to be instead of fighting, how do I want to put this? Fighting a trail that auto updates, and then the problem is when it auto updates, you keep kind of pushing it further and further away from the original source. Whereas here, as I'm making my changes and oh shoot, I need to readjust the rotation of the arm like I'm doing right here. Once I do that, I can just literally just match it into place and then it's right back where it was. So while I do really like auto updating tools, there are times when they're more annoying than anything else. So I'm just kind of working on the wrist positions right here. Trying to keep it nice and simple. The big thing with this hand is I don't want it to distract. I don't want this big motion because we should be looking over here. The face and the other hand. This hand should just be there. So that's kind of my goal here, is just to create this very basic, like, yeah, it's overlapping, it's moving, but there's nothing fancy about it. Let's see, not to rain on your parade or anything, but here's what I mean when I say Maya's grease pencil is not even worthy of borrowing the same name as Blender's. Yeah, Blender is like, if you compare them one to one, they're not even the same category. It's like Maya's grease pencil tool is literally just like a colored crayon, whereas Blender's grease pencil tool is like this suite of professional like tools with easels and paints and all sorts of things. And then you go back to Maya and it's not even like, it's just a piece of chalk on like cement, just trying to get it to work. It works for what I use it as an animator. I don't need anything else. Chalk on cement is great, yay! But if you go for like drawing and the ability to create visual effects in 2D and all of these other things, you can't compare. It is not a comparison at all. It's one of the reasons why I'm really excited. I do want to start learning a little bit more Blender at some point, and one of the big reasons is just that grease pencil tool and how powerful it is. Okay, so I just copied the hand poses over just to get a quick little motion in there. Let's kind of overlap the fingers a little bit. Fingers don't really overlap that much, honestly, so I'm trying to be very careful how much I twist them around. I want to keep it very subtle. So something like that's pretty good. I think I can bend the fingers here just a little bit more, get some more drag. And then middle joint as well. And let's rotate the hand so we can actually see the bend in the fingers. So by rotating the hand just a little bit, I can get a better visual silhouette of the fingers than just kind of hoping that they read. And let's keep that index finger just a little straighter there. Create a little bit of a break in the silhouette. So we get that. Still needs a little work, especially right here. But now we've got that arm visible. It's not hidden the whole way through like the very first pass we had. Yeah, I do like Epic Pen. I actually have it right. Epic Pen right here. I don't like using it with animation a lot of the time. Mostly because, like you said, you have to select, deselect. It's kind of a pain. I do like it because it just overlays over top of your screen versus like having onion skinning and things like that, which is really nice. But it just, whenever I have to use it, I always feel like I'm fighting it more than I am kind of using it as a tool to speed up my workflow. It's great for certain situations and it will definitely help, but it never feels intuitive. It never feels like, let's just turn this on and start working. No, it's always, okay, turn this on, click, okay, wait, get back, go back, get back. It's always this kind of hassle. If there was like a way to just hold down a button, that would be really cool. If you like, all I had to do is hold down Control Shift, like F or something like that, or D for draw. And then whenever it's, I'd love to be able to set an Epic Pen like Blender, Annotate Works, hold down. Yeah, exactly. We were thinking the same thing, where you can just hold down D or something like that, and then it just activates the tool, and then you draw and you let go, and now you're back in the program. That would be really nice. That would make using that so much more intuitive. I'm just going to test something really quick. Yeah, that's what I was worried about. The silhouette of the hand here is going to be tricky. Like, I want the hand to close there, but by closing it, I'm going to lose visual appeal. So, how do I want to push this hand pose? I think I'm going to have to keep it open, because then at least I can get the audience to see the shape of it and kind of get this flow right through. Otherwise, it's just going to look like a lump at the end of the arm. Which, is that necessarily a bad thing? Let me try something. I guess if I do that, this should read pretty good. And at least it'll be contrasting. See, speeding up your workflow is hard. Yeah. It takes a long time to get a workflow that just feels natural and just second nature as you're working, and doesn't feel like you're fighting the program. I think something like this could work though. This hand pose. Let's tighten up the metacarpals a little bit. Push the arc of the knuckles. That pinky finger, see, I was just kind of sticking straight down. I'm going to try to twist it in a little bit more, just to get a little bit more dynamic silhouette. Get that thumb to have an interesting silhouette as well. So something like that. It's not exactly what I wanted, but it's not bad. Let's see. So, in Danish, hello! So now at this point, the hand's going to drag. Let me get to a certain point here. So as she's coming through, I kind of want this. How do I want this to happen? She's cutting through and then slices through. One thing I want is to push my silhouette here a little bit more. And let's actually try to push the elbow here out a little bit more. So I want to try and get contrasting motion here. Let me undo this. See what's happening here? The body's going forward, and if we look at the elbow, it's going forward as well. If I take that arm and start to push it this way, now the elbow swings through, up, and it's starting to go back a little bit. So we're starting to build in this contrasting motion, which should make the next moment feel a little bit more dynamic. I can even maybe push it a little bit so it's still going forward a little. So something like that, still going forward. And then we can reverse it here. Okay. Up, up, over. And then let's try to shoot this across so we really lead with that elbow. And let's see how that feels. I feel like I can exaggerate the spacing going up here. Really hit that hard. I really want to contrast these motions. Even here, I think I can push this back a little bit. So we get that nice cut right through there. Yeah, something like that works. Now, as she pulls her arm back here, up. Oop, wrong control. Push that hand up a little bit. I'm gonna have to exaggerate the arm rotation. Yeah, let's do that. build some contrasting motion in the elbow and arm. So as the elbow goes forward, the arm kind of comes back a little bit, the hand. Just a little. Whenever I can, I like to try and build in contrasting motion because it'll tend to make the shots feel more alive and believable. Versus if everything is constantly moving at the same direction at the same time. So which way is the hand rotating? The hand comes up. It'll naturally be thumb pointing towards the body a little bit more here. Then we can, as she swoops through, lead a little bit more with the pinky. Kind of get that twist in the hand. Actually, do I want to do that? Maybe not. So the reason why I'm trying to think of this is if I point the palm here, then we're getting a weird flip right there where the thumb suddenly goes up higher. And I don't want to do that. And I really want to see the palm here so that we can get this nice roundness to the whole motion here. So just trying to simplify certain things. Yeah, there you go. Build some overlap into that wrist. Let's unfurl the fingers slightly. Right through here, so it comes up. We just let the hand relax a little bit because it's going to open up in the next segment. Let's get that thumb to not tangent with the face. Okay. We need this pose to be done. Copy over. Yep, that's pretty good. That's always the nice bit when it's like, oh, need to do a hand pose. Copy. Done. Haha. Always makes you feel like a good animator. So what I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to push the silhouette of the fingers so I'm not crossing across the entire leg here. That cuts off the leg so it feels separate from the rest of the body, which is not necessarily a bad thing, but if I can get a better silhouette like this where we can still feel that connection of the leg to the rest of the leg, I'd rather do that. Let's add a little bit of benbow in here. I just want to really push that feeling of the upper arm leading there. Same thing here. Just get that curvature in there. I think I can maybe exaggerate the elbow here a little. Just get a little extra oomph in there. And then as it comes through here, we bend the other way. Waha! something like that is pretty good. That upper arm is too much. Now here, I don't think I did the clavicle here, so I'm going to have to push that. So the clavicle here is going to start to lead downwards. That's a little too much. And then lead through. Come down. And back up. Okay. So just getting that clavicle motion to work. Get that nice swooping motion, really feel it in the whole shoulder area. Swoop down. Okay. That's pretty good for now. Yeah, still streaming. I want to finish the hands. I still want to finish the hands. We're so close. So as she's coming through here, I do want to push the hand pose a little bit more. I feel like just going straight is a little bit boring. I think I can push a little bit more of a upwards hand pose there, just a little bit. Just try to get a little bit more of a dynamic motion in there. And here, let's drag that a little bit more. Then through here, how do I want the hand pose to be? I don't want it to just be straight, but do I want to maybe push it up like that? So it kind of drags across, and that would make a nice contrast to the next moment here. Let's see. I have a quick question, if that's all right. Definitely. I had a lighting rendering student reach out to me, wanting to light my shot, but I'm not sure whether we are allowed to share our AM files and rigs. No, you're not allowed to do that. So essentially what you would need to do is you need to, if you're going to share a file to be lit, and this goes for any school, regardless of which school you're in, you are not allowed to share school rigs outside of the school. So what you need to do is you need to bake out the rig as it's called an alembic cache. Basically, you're baking out all of the animation to the geometry, and it's just geometry at that point, which means that you can give someone the file and there's no rig there. It's just geometry. So this is the way that you would be able to do that. And again, this goes regardless of school. So I would just do some searching on alembic caches. And Woodland Yeti, hey, how's it going? Hope you got some rest. Here, let's add some drag to those fingers. And let's make a little bit more of that dancerly pose at this point. Now, Dreamer's Phoenix, I have a question of timing and spacing. I'm starting to get the graph editor, but now I need help with the speed. So for the speed, if you're working on the bouncing ball, what I would recommend is check out the videos in the resources page on Animation Mentor, specifically the assignment tips and tricks videos. You can also find them linked in the survival guide. The reason I recommend those is Cameron and I in those videos go over step by step everything about a bouncing ball in terms of the timing, the spacing, how to draw, or sorry, how to analyze the reference, to understand the reference, all of that stuff. So I would recommend checking that out. That should help quite a bit, especially compared to just like a random like, oh, timing, yeah, thing. They're a little long, but hopefully they help. One of these Mondays, checking things off my to-do list with a prepper stream on in the background. Nice. I keep forgetting it's Monday. I don't know why. I keep thinking it's the weekend for some reason. Let's see. How detailed are you going to go with this animation? Like, are you going to go facial? Yeah, I was hoping to do facial expressions today, actually, but the hands, all the talk on hands is making it take a little longer than I expected, which, as long as the talk on hands is helping people, like, I don't mind. But yeah, we're probably going to be doing the face on the next stream on Friday, I guess. So you're trying to get a curve to those fingers. Right through there. Let's get that pinky to drag out just a little bit so we can see that silhouette. Nah, too much. Okay. There we go. Just shaping it a little bit. Ah, there you go. And there's some videos from A to the J, always with the links. Amazing. I wish I could use the snooze. Yeah, the weekend went by way too fast. Didn't even really feel like there was a weekend for some reason. I got to do a lot of work that I don't normally get to do, so a lot of yard work, which was really nice. But it definitely feels like I could use another just couple of days just to rest and relax. Okay, so actually I'm gonna go forward here, and I really want to hit a specific pose here as she goes out. So let's do this hand first, this hand pose. So I just want this to be that nice dancerly pose that we were getting at the beginning. Get that nice flow in there. And then the pinky. See, let's keep the pinky up here. It just creates an interesting hand shape. And then the thumb, Let's get that nice and a little bit more graceful. It kind of sticks out in silhouette there, just a little. Now, do I want to push the hand? Let's go a little bit more straight through. And then drag that wrist up a little bit more here. Actually, just thinking, I keep muttering to myself, just thinking things. I say one thing and then I just, but what? Mutter, mutter, mutter. Okay. It swoops through. Feels like it's hitting something right there. Let's add a little drag. And then, yeah, that feels pretty good. And then let's just take that hand pose, put in the middle here, and exaggerate a few things. Specifically, I think I can just take these and kind of bend them slightly. So we just get a little contrast there. And let's take the pinky, lower it just a little. There we go. Hand poses make such a difference. If you don't pose out your hands, you're just asking for things to look boring. Now I think from here on till the end, I can use the hand pose that we've got here as, I think, our template for everything else. So I'm just going to copy this over. And now we've got that nice hand pose all the way through. At this point, we just need to do the arm motion and then a little bit of tweaking through the rest. Let's actually get rid of our display layer there. Don't need to see it. Something feels off right here. I think this arm pose is just a scooch too far screen left. Oh, make sure I'm on the right frame. Scooch back. Yeah, that's better. I'm probably going to close the hand at this point here. I feel like just kind of scrubbing through, when it comes back to the front here, it feels weird that it's just open again. So swoop. Probably as it's coming forward here, I'll close the hand. But then at the end, right here. I think partly it's this arm is just a little too high at the end. Let's get that arm motion working. So it comes through, swoops through. It's leading with the wrist at this point, which I kind of like. Let's maybe push this a little further back. And it comes through. Now, this I have to be very careful of. See how it's lining up? I can exaggerate here. See how the arms are lining up right in there? The silhouette is becoming very muddy right there. I have to be very careful of that. So I'm going to have to push this arm either much further back to break that silhouette, or because I don't want this arm to be distracting, I'm probably going to pull it in closer. So it just kind of stays closer to the body here. This way our eyes are only focused on the hand coming forward. And I need a better silhouette there. Something even like that better. Yeah, that works. Okay, so back, then forward, and when it comes through here, see how it's just popping way out here? I don't know if I like that. So the arm comes through, swings. I think we can swing it out further this way. Let it arc outwards away from the body. Before it comes in. And then around. And starts to swing through. And here, I don't like that it's going way out. I think I can bring it closer to the body. I'm trying to watch the arc that the hand creates as it's coming through here. Okay. So it comes through. Get a little bit of the elbow bend in there. Then settle. So something like that. And then at the end here, I want the arm to swing around and rotate. And let's get that last silhouette working better. So that arm, I feel like it should just kind of hang there. It shouldn't be too in control right here. Kind of something like that. So it kind of pushes that line right through the finger into the other hand. So it works together, but it's not breaking the line. I think maybe we can even straighten that out a little bit more. If she's really putting that much energy into that pose, it kind of feels strange that that arm is just like perfectly relaxed. Okay. I'm trying to look at the line of action from multiple angles, see how I can exaggerate it and make it a little stronger. Okay. So if we've got that last pose there, pretty much where we want it. Just need to push the hand pose. We know that this pose here is pretty much where we want it to be. At least close enough. What the heck? Something's off with his hand. See how it's rotated there? I think, what is it? This? No. Interesting. The hand is, it got a little tweaked somehow, it seems. Interesting. Because the hand should fit in the middle of that box. And there it's fine. But then here... Is it this? No. This pose. It's definitely not in the middle of that box. Interesting. Something is getting offset. Oh, let me double check something. I might have... Yep. There's an offset control right there. I must have tweaked it by accident at some point. Aha! Found it! Yay! That was gonna drive me crazy. Okay, comes through. Let's get rid of that key there. Swing and settle. Yeah, that feels better. Actually, that's pretty good. Not perfect, but better than it was. Undo, undo, undo. That clavicle is breaking a little bit there, so let's bring that back. The joy of just framing through one frame at a time to get the spacing just right. This is where IK hands, as much as I do like animating FK most of the time, IK hands at this point would be really nice. Because then I can very quickly push my push my poses exactly where I need to without having to worry about like all of this just minutia of one frame at a time and oh, make an adjustment. I just get the arc I want and then done. This is a good time for questions. I'm trying to figure out how to change the FPS on an image sequence I import into Maya. You can change it in Maya. I don't usually recommend doing it in Maya. I would recommend doing it in an outside program first and then converting it into an image sequence. So just get that video converted to begin with. The reason for that is it's just a little bit more reliable. At least in my experience, I found it more reliable. With that said, if you do need it to, if you do really need to change it in Maya, let me get this working first here. I'm trying to think of two things at once. If you do need to change it in Maya, what you would do is, I don't have an image sequence in here. Let me save this and bring one in. You would basically animate the offset in the image sequence. So let's actually, do I have another? No. Okay. So let's bring in an image sequence. So camera, image plane, import image. And I think I've got an image sequence somewhere in here. Which one? I've got too many demos. Not the pen flip. This one. Okay, so let's show the image sequence. Image plane, there we go. So we've got reference here. Now it's not moving. The reason why is you need to make sure that your image plane is set to use image sequence. There we go. Now we've got animation in here. And what we can do is we can animate the frame offset or the image number. Now, it really depends on which one you want to do. So the way I normally do it, let's see, there's a few different ways. So essentially what is happening is Maya is bringing in the image sequence, and the image number here is basically going image 1 equals frame 1. Image 2, or when you go on frame 2, it's going to be image 2. If you go on frame 6, it's going to be image 6. This is what's keeping track of it. Now, if you actually select this, you can go into your graph editor and graph this out. Now, let's see. So right now it's an expression, which means it's just math. But let's see how, I haven't done this in a while. If I delete the expression, I can just set a key. So on frame 1, set a key is going to be image 1. Frame 89, it's going to be image 89. So I broke the connection and then I'm animating it myself. Now, when we look at this, let's put this in linear right there. It's going to play the exact same way that it did before. But now I have control over this because it's animated and I can tweak the animation. I could set it so that it plays a little slower. So it eases out right here. So you can see slow motion. Then it plays fast. I could do the opposite where it goes fast at the beginning. So zip, 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 zip. And then as it goes through, now it's going into slow motion there and it just stops. So with this, you can retime stuff. So I can make certain sections faster. I could add a key here. So make one section right at the beginning really fast, hold, and then let's go through. So now fast, hold, fast again. So you could do that. So you can, in essence, retime your animation. If you want to make the whole thing faster or slower, you can just take the whole thing and move it through there. So now it's going to be slower, or I can speed it up so the whole thing is faster. There you go. Now the problem with this is, what's the ratio? How much do you need to speed up or slow down to go to exactly 24 frames per second if you want to calculate? That's where you're going to have to do some math and figure that out. Just kind of math it all out. But that's essentially what you would do. What did you select to animate it? I selected the, make sure I have it animated here. Go to your attribute editor, and it's the image number here. You want to break the connection. So right click on it, delete expression, and then key it yourself. So right there, image number. Okay. Let's see. Just through this hand pose, I feel like it's not linking up correctly. Partly I think his fingers are too bent here. There we go. Comes through. Let's curl those fingers in a little bit right there. So we get that little overlapping action. And next joints here. Try not to rotate all the fingers evenly like I'm doing now. It's just going to look fake. Try to keep the fingers off that slightly. So the index finger usually stays a little straighter. And add variety to the fingers here. So we go through. And do I want to change the last pose? I probably should. But at the same time, this is pointed. Let's at least have it so that as it's coming through here, the hand is a little bit more closed. See, do I have a hand pose I can use? No. So I want to bring that in a little bit. Bring those in. Let's see. Why would you import an image sequence to Maya? Usually we render out image sequence. Or do you mean you imported it into FCheck? You import an image sequence into Maya to bring your reference into Maya so that you can actually look at your reference, or sometimes you'll use it like as a sprite or a way of adding visual effects right in Maya. But usually as animators, we use it for our reference. You don't have to do that. Some people never use that. They don't like bringing their reference into Maya. Other animators use it all the time. I tend to go half and half. Sometimes I like to bring my reference in, especially if I have to do a very subtle shot. It makes it a lot easier to get the subtleties and the little details that you might miss otherwise. But then other times, especially when I'm doing cartoony shots, I don't want to get influenced by the... Oops, wrong frame. I don't want to get influenced by the reference too much. I want to use it as just reference, nothing else. Okay. Start opening up the hand a little bit. So index finger usually leads when you open up your hand. Depends on the direction, actually. I should be more specific on that. So when you open up your hand, it really depends on the direction that your wrist is rotating. Whether your index finger or your pinky will open up first. If you are closing your hand, it's almost always pinky first. And you can try this yourself. Just try to close your finger without your pinky first. It's gonna feel weird. Try to close it index finger first. Let's see. Open that up there. Maybe let's push the wrist a little bit more. And then copy that over. Ease that open just a little bit more. I want kind of a mixture of, I don't want the hand to be super straight, but I don't want it to be nice and just perfectly relaxed either. I'd like to get a nice combo. What do I feel works better? I do feel like this works better. The reason being, if you point the fingers too much like I'm doing, or I was doing before, what's happening is it draws our attention down. Our eyes want to look at where she's pointing. If I keep that hand relaxed, it's going to allow us to look more at the index finger of the other hand where it's pointing. So we just get a little bit more visual clarity on the posing. Even though I did like the tension in the hand, it was fighting us. That's the last thing we want. Okay, so something like that. A little bit more relaxed. I feel like right here I can probably keep that index finger closed a little bit more. Lead with that knuckle versus the finger, so we get that. There we go. I think I can push the drag of the wrist here a little bit. Try to get that nice clean line of action. And then this will help to overlap that motion right through there. Let's relax this a little bit more too. Okay. So something like that. There we go. I think that's pretty good for now. Okay. So let's take this, let's save. And I'll just bring in the hair. That way we can see the character the way they're supposed to be. And let's actually, I'm going to save this bookmark, and then there we go. Bring in the hair. And now we have this. So the hands are working. Let's see, how is the 2D pan and zoom working? Mine doesn't seem to work. To use 2D pan and zoom, you need to hold down the backslash button or click on this button right here. Hold it down, then middle mouse drag or right click drag to pan or zoom. When you let go of the button, you can then tap it to reset your camera or jump back into pan and zoom. If you hold it, then you can move it. So tap to switch or hold to actually move the camera. So hopefully that helps. So just for fun, let's actually look at where we started with this. The top button, yeah, so it looks like this, that one. The backslash, I think that is, or I always forget backslash or forward slash. But yeah, the one above the enter. So let me find my original version of this dance here. Here it is. So this is what we had a couple streams back. And you can see that it's not hugely different, but you can really see how the hands, they don't feel interesting. They're just boring and bleh. Nothing great. The other thing is that the hands disappear a lot. So for example, here, you only see one arm. Here, you're pretty much only seeing one arm. Right there, one arm. So it makes it hard to track what's going on. And it creates kind of these visual pops. Is it bad? Not necessarily. But here, let's see, what is it? Alt? No, just tab. There we go. Let's put that full screen and reset our 2D pan and zoom. So now by pushing the hands, what we have, and where's our play button? Let's see. Let's do this. Hit play, and then we'll go full screen. Oh, you can't go full screen and play? Oh, fine. We'll just do it that way. But now you can see how, as we go through, we never lose track of the arms completely. Alt V. Nice, let me try that. So, Alt V, 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 Alt V. I always forget the play button. There you go. Yay! Thank you. You'd think I'd learn that one of all the buttons to learn. But now we've got the hand motions. And the big thing that we also have is the clarity of the hands. They never disappear fully, so that it's only one arm on screen at a time. So let me actually, I want to double check something. Actually, right there, that I do have to push this pose because I actually noticed it. There's a few, like when I play it, I noticed this frame. So, I'm gonna have to fix that. That hand needs to drag a little bit more. So let's actually fix that right now. Take this, and I think I'm gonna bring it back here. Oops. And then let's push this out just a tad more for silhouette purposes. Okay. So Control Spacebar, Alt V. There we go. We're getting there. At this point, I think we're only really got the face to do, and then maybe a little bit of retiming. There's a few sections where I think I could push my timing a little bit more, but we'll see. Yeah, we're getting there. Yay! So next stream is going to be the face, which hopefully shouldn't take nearly as long because there's not going to be that many facial expressions. The character's not going to be like doing all sorts of big fancy expressions. It's going to be maybe look to the left, look to the right, end in a nice pose. So it's probably like 3 main eye direction changes and kind of 3 facial expressions to go with. To be fair, the character's dancing, so they're not going to be like sad, then happy, then anything like that. It'll be mostly just kind of maybe a refresh of the mouth, like where they close their mouth then open it again, some blinks, things like that. So yeah, and then from there actually adding the rest of the clothes on there and animating the cloth. But we're getting there. Let me actually turn on ambient occlusion. That way we have the shadows under the feet too. It just makes it a little bit more dynamic looking. Getting there. Yay!